Hi, friends. How is everyone doing today? Yeah, we are here. It is showtime, bonk. Hopefully everyone had a all right week. Hi, Mr. McGee. Good to see you guys. Hi, Cookie as well. Oh man, good morning, White Dove. Yeah, it is still morning, even though it feels like I've been up forever. Like I've been up for 5 hours already today. And yeah, it was a short week, so it went by so quick, for sure. But it's good to be back, isn't it? So good. Work went really good this week. We finished a bunch of jobs up. And yeah, other than that, other than the smoke and the fires going on, everything is status quo here as always. Hi, Swavita. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw my post in Discord, but we are covered in a blanket of smoke here. So Bonk, I'm sure you're in the same situation. Really, anyone on the West Coast, stay safe, guys, because the air quality out there right now is not good at all for really anyone. Never mind seniors or anyone with existing health conditions. It's not good for anyone. It is horrible. Yeah, okay, you're in Seattle. It's like the fact that it's made its way all the way up here is a little bit worrying, right? Ash all over the car, my man. That's crazy. I've only been in a couple I think that's only happened a few times to us as well, where it's been heavy ash like that. But yeah, stay safe, guys. That's all I can really say. We're here though, together to kind of take our minds off of maybe the crazy happenings of the world and have a little escape into food. Oh my gosh, did you see the little hummingbird just now? Look at the camera outside. So cute. He's like, hey, what is that? Maybe we'll catch him again. Okay, so we're doing some lunch cooking today, and then we have some stuff to prep up for tomorrow's Food for Friends. Started yesterday, so Thursdays are the days where we have our order cut off for all of our customers. And yeah, started Thursday morning with 0 orders, and Sam and I are like, oh, maybe we'll have like a really easy weekend. Nah, by the time 8 p.m. rolled around, we then had 9 pizzas on order. So it's gonna be a good one once again. The entire West Coast is burning, Bonk. Yeah, every day looks like an apocalypse outside. Like yesterday, just the way that the winds were kind of like blew all the smoke away from the island. But today we woke up and it's just like, holy, you just see it like rolling in and it just covers everything. But yeah, it's not as orange today either. I think, when was the really bad day? On Tuesday? And yeah, I got my Togo coffee because I did our grocery shopping this morning. So many great things on sale. Like the meat for the pizzas was on sale. All of the mozzarellas was on sale. I'm pumped. Okay, so I did up our little tally this morning for tomorrow. And we have 3 pickup times there, as you guys can see. So first pickup time, 1 meat lovers, 1 Hawaiian, 1 veg, and 4 desserts. 5:30, we have 2 separate customers coming for pickups. 1 customer is getting a meat lovers and a veg with easy cheese and 2 desserts. The other one's just getting a pep and mush. And then lastly is our parents and some family friends. So 1 half Hawaiian, half pep mush, and 1 veg. And then let's not forget about Sam and I either. So what I did for the amount of pizza doughs, what is easy cheese? She just didn't want a lot of cheese, I'm guessing. That's what she said in her text message. So I was like, just go light. Yeah, determining what customers want. Chefs are really good at that. It's like, what do you mean? She just wants easy cheese. So yeah, not as much cheese on there. Maybe she has a bit of a dairy intolerance. You never know. Okay, so altogether, 2 meat lovers pizzas, 2 Hawaiian pizzas, 2 pep and mush, and actually the highest order, 3 vegetarian pizzas. I always throw that one in there because yeah, you never know when you're feeling like you need a little veg on your pizza. So that's like a Mediterranean kind of vegetarian pizza. It's gonna be yummy. And then for dessert, so chocolate decadence is a recipe that Annie asked me to make. He redeemed some channel points last week on stream. And his meal is pretty involved, so I thought that the dessert that he wanted would go really good with the pizzas tomorrow. So we're gonna prep that today because it's a 2-day process. And that way we're kind of ahead of the game and all ready for tomorrow. I think it's gonna be a good one. Strike Nun, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, wants cheese and is willing to brave having some. Exactly. Although I have to say, like, the matzah that we use doesn't really affect me, and I have like a little bit of an intolerance sometimes, so it's a good one. Just buy good quality cheese, and I think that's what matters most. Okay, there's that list. So yesterday at 9:30 p.m., I mixed up the poolish for the Detroit pizza dough. So what the poolish is, that's a pre-ferment, similar to like a sourdough starter, which I do have here. Kind of got them all working at once. So I did put a little bit of Goldilocks number 3 into the poolish as well for just like a little extra flavor and structure. So 7 times cheese pizza's Detroit pizza dough recipe. And it is in Discord, and he is willing to share. If you need to find it and you can't find it in ours, please go visit his Discord as well. That's one thing I cannot stress enough, is go give Cheese Pizza a follow, guys, because this is, what, the 3rd time we're using his dough recipe, and it is just stellar. Today was your last day at the bakery, Strike Nun? Are we partying? Like, is it a happy thing, or is it kind of like a bittersweet thing? Thank you, Bonk, for shouting Cheezo. And hi, Judo. How are you? Yeah, they are playing no game, but that is okay because you better catch him when he is on. I let him know how many pizzas we had to sell tomorrow. Yeah, cheese. Oh, that's right. It is with a Z. It is with a Z. I made that mistake once going to raid him. And I was like, oh, that's not cheese. Oh, that's amazing, Strike Nine. Well, congratulations on and upwards to something new and probably better is how that usually works when you start something new like that. Let us know how it goes. Okay, so that is that. Check out the poolish, guys. It went nuts. I ended up having like a midnight bathroom break last night, and these guys were already like puffed up all the way. I was like, please do not sploot over for the next like 6 hours when I go back to bed. But it's alive. Yeah, Cookie. Here, I'll give us a different view. This one's a bit better. It's alive. So here's half of it. And then the other half in our typical like mixing bowl. So crazy. So 7 times the poolish. So what I think we have to do though to be able to mix that amount of dough, last time we did Cheese's recipe, what did we do? 5 times the recipe in the mixer, and we're like, guys, that is max. It was like falling out of the top almost. So to be able to do a 7 times the recipe, I don't think we're gonna have enough room because that amount of poolish right there, probably gonna fill up the mixer. So I thought I would do like 1 3 times batch separately and then 1 4 times batch of the dough separately, and then just marry them together. Probably gonna use that 12-liter Cambro container back there to be able to proof it overnight in the fridge. And then tomorrow we'll start working on dividing all of our doughs in the morning. You're still drinking coffee to wake up, Bonk? Oh man. Yeah, I've been up since like 6 a.m., left for the store at 8, did all my good things with my mask on, and here we are. I have like 3 sips left. RIP coffee. And by 3 sips, I mean 1. Oh no. Always sad times. Switched your alarm for 2:30 a.m. to 7 a.m. and you don't know what you're gonna do with your extra 4.5 hours yet. It's gonna be a bit until you kind of get a new routine set, right? You'd have trouble making that much room in your fridge. That's why we honestly always have like a backup fridge on the other side. And we are looking into getting like possibly another fridge freezer kind of combo where you can switch it from a fridge or a freezer if you want. We'll see as the business expands. Will the 12 liter be big enough? I'm wondering that as well, Strike Nun. I'll probably do the 12 liter and then the mixing bowl as well still. And then that'll give us like 20 liters to be able to play with. We will see, because yeah, keep in mind, it is gonna double probably in size. We will pray and hope. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, so that's on our list for today. So we gotta make our Detroit pizza dough and our chocolate decadence ahead of time. And then we don't really have to think about those things too much tomorrow. And I think we'll do those two prep things earlier rather than later. And then our salmon for lunch is gonna be quite quick. So the salmon's gonna be done up on the Minimax outside. Yeah, we're doing a little grill today. And I don't think we're gonna do anything really fancy to the salmon itself because we like to get all the flavor from the charcoal instead. And then going along with the barbecue salmon, maybe we'll like rub a little bit of compound butter on it afterwards. So going along with that is it's gonna be a healthier kind of dish today. Kind of make up for the rest of the weekend. Mediterranean pasta salad with orzo. Just trying to see what like Sam was feeling this week. I like to kind of play around on Fridays for him. So orzo pasta, super delish. And then into that, we'll do tomato, cucumber, feta, bell peppers, Kalamata olives, and make up a nice little Greek dressing to toss everything with. Yeah, sounds like you need to place an order for an 18-liter Cambro or Strike Nun. I was thinking of possibly investing in some of the like nice round Cambros, the clear ones with the pop tops, because I think those are better for proofing dough. At least that's what I remember using in culinary school. And then they still stack up nicely in the fridge. Whereas sometimes like square or rectangle things don't fit as well. It's true though. Yeah, we are gonna need something larger. Okay, so there is a recipe for this salmon today, guys. And this is from quite a famous BC chef. He grew up here on the island in Sydney. So that's right where the ferry is. And the chef's name is Ned Bell, and he actually just opened a new restaurant in the Okanagan called the Naramata Inn. Kind of brought this old inn back to life, redid the whole inside and the kitchen, and just made it like more upscale. And I have to say, seeing like the progress on the inside of the kitchen, that would maybe be one place I would work. It looks so beautiful. Okay, so Chef Ned Bell's wildly delicious baked salmon recipe. And this is actually from 2017. So it says, one of Chef Ned Bell's fondest childhood memories is baking a whole salmon that he and his dad caught just outside their house on the shores of Sydney, BC. There's just something so satisfyingly primal about cooking a whole fish head to tail, especially when you've caught it yourself. So one note on that, I'm not cooking a whole half fillet for us today. I just picked out a nice little bag of salmon steaks from the freezer instead. So spring salmon, Sam packed this up for us on August 3rd. So we have 3 little salmon steak pieces there that we'll grill up. But by all means, if you can get your hands on like a nice side of salmon, that is awesome for dinner parties or just making a bunch and having it extra. Like I love to snack on cold salmon once it's been baked. Make salmon salad sandwiches. Like there are options once you have it cooked. Says, even if you have to buy your salmon from the store, you can still make an amazing baked salmon because Ned's great recipe lets the sauce do the talking. So there is a really nice kind of tomato salsa, we'll call it, to go on top of the salmon. So Roma tomatoes, which we actually have some lovely Romas here, as well as a little heirloom garden tomato. They're looking so good. So I was like, oh, perfect. I have to use these up. Flower, your mom used to make salmon for Thanksgiving. Yeah, that sounds like an island thing. Salmon for Thanksgiving. That is something that I am into though. Yeah, a whole side. How would she prepare it? Do you remember? Okay, so Roma tomatoes in our tomato salsa with shallot, parsley, chives, like all sorts of fresh herbs. And then bring it together with some olive oil, lemon, and black pepper. The lemon goes really good with the salmon, right? So a nice kind of refreshing tomato salsa to go on it. And then to prepare the salmon, he just brushes it with some olive oil and then just salts it simply and peppers it. So oil, salt, and pepper is really all you need if you have a great quality piece of fish. Just baked using the government guidelines, 10 minutes for each inch of thickness. Whoa, I have never heard that before. Government guidelines for baking fish, 10 minutes for each inch of thickness. Thank you, Flower. I will try to remember that going forward. That's something I've never been taught in all of my, well, over 10 years of cooking. Hello, Tedious Tao. How are you? Thank you. And hi, Hiker. Welcome in. Thank you for that follow. I am too young to know about it. No. Okay, my nose is running. Give me a sec. No. Well, thanks for teaching me then, Flower. Okay, so cooking instructions on the salmon, if you are doing it inside, we are not today, is you can bake it at 350 Fahrenheit. Until the thermometer reads 120 to 125 Fahrenheit on the internal. So he actually bakes it like a medium bake. So it's not gonna be well done. It's gonna be a little bit, like if you think of a medium steak, it's gonna be a little bit under in the center, but that does preserve like the juices in the fish. You don't wanna overcook fish. It'll be so dry, no matter how fatty it is. Yeah, did she also cook the pork well done? I think that was definitely a thing in the past. Sounds good, Flower. Enjoy your classes today. Don't work too hard and try and stay cool wherever you're at because it is getting roasty toasty out there already. Can I show you how to sharpen your knives? You're trying to perfect your knife sharpening using a rod. Can I just correct you for a sec, Tedious Towel? Is we don't use the steel to sharpen our knives. We use this to maintain our blade only. That is it. If you lose the edge on your knife by not using the steel enough, then you have to start at step one and sharpen it. Yeah, it only maintains the edge on your knife, and different knives have different angles and edges on them. So you also have to keep that in mind. But yes, we will go over that before I start prepping our vegetables. We'll put the knife on the steel and I'll show you how I do it. I really don't do it quick. I'm not a person that's just like, I'm just not comfortable with it. And it's more important for me to keep the right angle on the blade and maintain it properly. Sharpening, you have a special thing? Oh, perfect. That is awesome. Strike none. Yeah, we have the same mom. Oh, hi, cooking girl. I missed you earlier. Hope you are well. Okay, so that is it for the salmon. Oh, I know one other thing we'll do with the salmon when we put it on the grill. We'll grill up a couple of lemons on there for garnish. I think that'll be good. So, does that sound good, guys? A little bit of prep stuff and then lunch, not too hard at all. And we'll do a little bit of learning how to grill as well today, cooking over charcoal. B-Bubs, thank you so much, man, for the 5 months in a row. He says, chocolate decadence? Yes, sir. Okay, so that recipe is posted in our Discord already. I don't have a link because it's just a photo that Annie sent me of it. And the chocolate decadence recipe, I looked at the bottom of the page this morning, from 1982. That is 9 years before I was born. And I was like, yo, I bet my grandpa probably made that recipe. R.I.P., but he loved like rich things. So that was something I could see him making for sure. So yeah, this recipe's been around for forever, and I'm just kind of switching up how we're doing it today. So instead of like baking it in the cake pan and serving slices of said chocolate decadence, we're gonna do it individually in the jars today. So a little bit different to the recipe, just a little bit more paying attention when we go to bake it. It probably is the same one, Cookie. We can do a little comparison. What's going on? I just want to see this site. Chocolate Decadence. I don't want to sign up for an email. William Sonoma. Oh, there it is. Okay. Raspberries. Yeah, 1 pound of chocolate. I remember reading through the recipe that's the first line. I was like, 1 pound of chocolate? This is gonna be so good. So good. Hi, Ziggy. Good morning. Guys, can we also get a shout out for B-Bubs today? Fellow food and drink streamer. Are you streaming today, my dude? Okay, so yeah, this cake, 1 pound of chocolate, 1 1/4 sticks of butter, 4 eggs, only a tablespoon of sugar and a tablespoon of flour, which is very intriguing. So you know it's gonna be like dense and delicious. Whoa, tedious. If you turn the lemon insides into a paste and massage the fish with it, it flavors all of it more evenly, and you get to massage a fish. Interesting. I think we should do that one day. Maybe when we do our lemon pepper salmon. It is coming up. Just give me time, guys. I'm working my way towards it. I've never heard of this 7 textures chocolate cake. What is this? Hi, Vion. How are you? Hope you had a good week. Okay, let's make our list. So first things first, because our poulish is all ready to go here, we'll do our Detroit style pizza dough. We have a little bit of recipe scaling to do today as well. Just gonna turn down my music just a touch. Go lurk, Cookie. Couple of important meetings. Have fun. Yeah, see you on the flip side. 8 texture chocolate cake? What? Detroit pizza dough. And Annie said he would pop in a little bit later today, guys, as he also has classes. And he said he should be able to kind of guide me through the baking of the cake. Okay, I'm opening up that link, Tedious, and I'll take a look at it after the stream today. That way I won't forget. Oh, word, it was on Master Chef Australia. Hey, it's gorgeous. I believe it. I believe it. Okay, Detroit pizza dough ×7, except we're doing 1 part ×3 and then 1 part ×4 because the mixer just quite can't handle all of that. Okay, after that, we'll get into our chocolate decadence and get those baking. And then while those bake and cool off, then we can start prepping our lunch. You want to make it soon, Tedious. You might ask your mom to get you in the ingredients. Yeah, totally. Okay, there's that. And then really the only thing we have to do tomorrow for the dessert, guys, is whip some cream and make a raspberry sauce. That's pretty easy. So I would say this is another dessert that is great for like sharing or bringing to a get-together that is small. A small get-together to share with friends and or family. Okay, after that, we will first do our Mediterranean pasta salad so that it has time to kind of like marinate and marry up in the fridge while we grill the salmon. So pasta salad, what we have to do for that, guys, is we have to boil that orzo. Obviously, we want it al dente. We don't want our pasta to be falling apart at all there. We'll make up maybe a quick little Greek dressing or Mediterranean dressing. Always love having that around in the summertime too. Hi, Heat. Good to see you, man. How was your week? Okay, after that, we can do our little bit of veggie prep. So tomato, cuke, pepper, and then to garnish, we have feta and olives. And that's pretty much that, guys. It's really quite simple. And the pasta salad, this is something that I always make extra of because as it sits for like 2 days in the fridge, it gets even better with time. So definitely a good kind of meal prep thing to snack on during the week. Yeah, I've been good, Heat. Been good for sure. Nothing really new to report this week. Just been like keeping our heads down and staying focused, all that fun stuff. Hi, Crux. Yes, feta cheese. I have a bunch to use up, so I thought this would be perfect. Okay, that is that. And then lastly, our salmon. So the size of these pieces, let's use Flour's little, what was it? 10 minutes per inch of thickness on the fish. So this is probably 1.5 inches thick, that fillet. Zach was not messing around when he was fishing that day. So we can say that'll take about 15 minutes or so to cook, I would say, on the grill. So leave ourselves enough time for that. And then we'll just oil it, salt and pepper. And then I think after it comes off, we'll use up a little bit of compound butter. I think I have some kicking around in the fridge still. The lemon, basil, and garlic one. Thought that would be super good on this today. Oh, that's the mayo. Compound butter's in the freezer, I think. There she is. There's the wee one. Same, but different. See how I got that messed up? So there's that, but we keep that cold until we use it. And then we just take little slices of the rounds off, pop it on the warm salmon, and it just like slowly melts into it. So good. Do not underestimate the power of butter. Doesn't seem too hard to do. Reads the difficulty level complex. Yeah, in capital letters. I guess you'll see tedious, and I mean, I'm always around if you need help. Okay, guys, let's get into it. I'm just gonna rip myself a little piece of paper here to scale out our recipes. Okay, I'm just gonna use the iPad to look at Cheese's recipe while I do this, so it'll be a lot quicker. Dun 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 dun. Boop. He does not mess around, by the way, guys. Like, this is how Cheese builds his recipes. He does not miss literally any steps, any ingredients. It is so thorough, and that's another reason why I love using it and thought I would always share this with you guys. Okay, doing a touch of math. The recipe is from another food and drink streamer that I know that you know, Cook and Grill, is Cheese Pizza. So we're using Cheese Pizza's Detroit style pizza dough for our pizza party tomorrow. And I believe it's in our Discord. If not though, it's for sure in his Discord. And if you guys want it, he has given us the go to share it freely with everybody. Just always remember where it came from. This is not my recipe, it's Cheese's. Hi, Splinter Cat, how are you? Piece of salmon looks so good. Makes you miss living here, aw. How long ago did you live here? Okay, I'm not trying to like hide on the side. I'm just trying to read this and do it pretty quickly. What? I don't have a calculator on this thing yet? What is this madness? Okay, first batch times 3 will do. That. Has anyone made Detroit style pizza before or eaten it even? Oh, that's just 6.6 anyways. Yeast and then the salt. Ew, math. I know, Matt. I know. Real chefs, yeah, just eyeball it. Never with dough, though. You do not want to mess around with doughs, especially if you're selling it to customers. Oh, cool, Kame. You were in college in Oregon until 2011. It's delicious, Crux. It really is delicious. It's like crispy, chewy, bubbly. It's just like hits all of the spots, hey? Okay, so that's the first set there. That's our times 3. And we'll do times 4 on the other side. So much dough. Boom. And then lastly, I just got to check the poolish. He just says all of it though. So bigger bowl will go into the times 4 batch. Smaller bowl will go into the times 3 batch. And then we'll just mix them all together in the end anyway. So you don't have to stress too much about not getting the right quantities in the start. Okay, so he says, one little note on the poolish as well, guys, because I haven't gone over this yet. The poolish must be done at least 8 hours before you plan to be mixing the dough, but not more than 12. One note is, yeah, I mixed these up at 9:30 p.m. last night. It is now 11:30 a.m. So this is actually 14 hours now, and it is still okay. Kind of just depends on the temperature of your house for that, I would say. And yeah, we had all of the windows like cranked open last night to get some cool air in here. So I think it just kind of fermented a bit slower or proofed a bit slower. Strike none, you always eyeball bread. I'm kind of more like that with desserts instead of like bread. Hey, Astarcy. Baking is the alchemy class of cooking magic school. It's all about measuring and ratios for sure. That's why whenever I'm like tweaking a baking recipe, my husband Sam gets so mad at me because it always works out whenever I tweak it. He will follow the recipe to a T, doesn't work out for him. Just like, what the heck? Okay, so we mixed up the poolish. It's 14 hours now. She says, sometimes I'll do this late at night, continue to work the dough the next morning, or start it the morning before work and then keep making your dough after work. He says just plan ahead and you'll be fine. Combine all of the ingredients for the poulish. So it was just flour, water, and a little bit of yeast in a mixing bowl, and that is that. Okay, our dough. So add the water and the yeast to the poulish. Put that in a stand mixer and start mixing it on the lowest speed for about a minute. And then we'll add half of the flour, mix again, and then the rest of the flour and the salt, and mix again for about 6 minutes then. And then this is a very important part of the process for this style of dough, is it does have a bench rest. So the bench rest, basically call this our bench. That's really what it is I'm gonna be doing the doughs on our white cutting board today, so I can kind of remove them when we're not working with them. And you just put the big dough ball onto here, let it just sit there covered up for an hour, and it will proof. And then after that, we'll kind of punch it down, form it back up again, let it go 1 more hour, so 2 hours of bench rest before it goes in the fridge. And what's that is doing is improving the flavor of the dough and improving the structure, because as we let it kind of relax after that, then we beat it up again. Then we form the gluten even more, and then we relax again. So all of these steps are very important for the end result of the dough. Just a sec, guys. I just have to quickly move the outside camera. Okay, we're good. Whew. So last night, it was a beautiful clear night, like the temperature dropped down to 18 here. Wake up this morning and we seriously just watch the blanket of smoke cover our entire island. So yeah, all of the windows are closed now. Okay, guys. I think we got a good idea of what we have to get into right now. Other than that, we just have to start mixing up our stuff. Get into it. I need to get out some flour, yeast, and salt. Just finish this. Flour, water, yeast, salt. Boom, boom. Yeah, baking is a science. How could you guess? Hi, Karmic Bob. Great to see you. I am well today. I hope you are also well. Yeah, that's true, Cooking Girl. I've definitely had times where, like, I have all of these baking recipes that I like put in my repertoire because I know they work well. And yeah, sometimes I've gone back to said same recipe that I've always made, and it's just one of those days where it just doesn't turn out the same. Could be a humidity thing for sure. Staying out of the smoke. Yeah, same here. And one kind of deep thought I had this morning, because we barbecue a lot, right? Like we cook outside a ton, is will that like forest fire smoke flavor be imparted into food if you're cooking it for like long periods of time outside? That is just my one thought. Say you're like cooking a brisket for like 12 hours on the smoker. Will that smoke also kind of penetrate the meat? That's my deep thought, guys. Tell me what you think. Don't answer it at all. I don't care. State is loaded with smoke. You're going Or you're going next to a fire that's 90% contained to pick your peppers if you can. Oh my gosh, cooking girl. So one of my like favorite doggo accounts that I follow on Instagram is called Rufus and Kilo. They are like a dog rescue shelter in Oregon. They have a huge fire just going right at their property, like I think it's 6 miles away now, and it's 0% contained. So they're like trying to evacuate all the doggos and stuff as quick as they can. Just nuts. Yeah, I'm worried about you guys. Very worried. Okay, let's get our scale. Get a couple of our containers that we use for measuring. I always use that guy for the flour. It's time to make mass amounts of dough. And real quick, actually, before we even start, I'm just gonna empty out the circulator as well and get that container drying. We need the biggest containers we can get. Smoking is a convective process. Depends on smoke density. Not sure what the parts per million is inside of the smoker. Oh, true. I wonder if anyone's measured that before. Sure, it's way hella higher than what's in the atmosphere. For sure, for sure. Oh man, Cami, you know people that had to evac. Yeah, sending all of the love, good vibes, whatever we can to help. And I'll just give this a little washy wash as well. What you guys got on the menu for this weekend? You cooking up anything fun and exciting? All cleaned up, ready to go. Whoa, B-Bubs was packing his stuff just in case, and he canceled his stream today. Oh my gosh. I need to message him after stream to see if they're okay. They're even evacuating the hospitals? Whoa. Guys, thank you for like informing me of all the goings on, because I feel like I don't get all of it from like the news that I find on the internet. So thank you, friends. Hi, Jen. It is great to have you back, girl. Holy. Have you been busy or what? Also, how were your sour beers last night? Working lunch right now. Roast chicken breast, simmered zucchini and peppers, and chicken stock and balsamic creamy grits and carrot cake. Yeah, I'll take an order of that for sure for lunch. Okay, let's plug this baby in. I'm all wrapped up right now. Put that there. Get that proper view. Get right on into that mixer. Perfect. Seem to be the island in this storm on the central coast of Cali. Nothing's burning there. That is great to hear as well, Bonk. For sure. The sours were delish. The lavender ones are a 10 out of 10. Yeah, I love lavender, so I'm gonna try and hunt that one down. Shrimp burgers for Sunday football. Nice, Javi's dad. I would say those are underrated, shrimp burgers. Shrimp burgers are underrated. As with like any kind of seafood burger, I would say. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do for the dough, guys, is measure out the water, the yeast, and put the poolish into the mixer. I know it looks like there's a lot, but it's also very airy, so it will kind of smoosh down as we work with it. So I think I'll actually put that in first, and you guys need to see this, what it looks like when I take the plastic off. So many bubbles. She is a happy. And yes, it is alive. Happy, happy. You want to challenge me to make the cake tedious? I can do that. It might be a few weeks from now because I don't like doing chocolatey desserts like back to back for our customers. But yeah, I could see that that cake will be solid when it starts to cool down. Got to put more meat on our bones. Frisky yeast. Yeah, what a great personality. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And one note on the flour, guys, I'm just using an all-purpose flour. It is organic and it is milled here on the island. So it's a little bit higher end than like, let's say your Robin Hood flours. And I've just noticed it being really awesome to use in like any type of dough we've been making. It has great structure. Oh, there is some good smells coming out of here too. So the poolish plus the starter. I'm scraping with my right hand right now. You guys don't know that I'm left-handed. You do now. I also just don't want to drop this bowl. It's kind of awkward. Yeah, like the poolish takes up half of the mixing bowl already. Good thing we split the recipe. Ah! It's also so like stringy. Ooey gooey. Okay, you want to get that bowl soaking with some lukewarm water like ASAP. I'm gonna reserve this spatula though for the future. We'll need it for our next batch. Clean up our mixing bowl a bit too. You never want to use hot water when you're cleaning like a poolish or a sourdough starter because it will literally cook it onto whatever surface it's in. Never trust a skinny chef. Oh, we had a customer actually this week because we always tell our like clients that we're working on their houses that we're both chefs, and she's like, but how are you like so fit? I'm like, yeah, well, our day job is what keeps us fit because it's so like active, and we just eat like restaurant food on the weekend. Cheese, you're here, man. Woohoo. Oh, pour the water for the mix into the poolish to loosen it up and make the bowl more clean-like after you dump it in. Thank you very much, sir. I will keep that in mind for next time. I was, though, a little bit worried about it all fitting into said bowl. Okay, water. Let's do our 3 times batch first. So 654 grams of lukewarm water. Temperature wise in Fahrenheit, about 95. 95 degrees Fahrenheit, lukewarm. That way we'll activate the yeast, but we won't burn it. Don't want to burn the yeast alive. Just gotta wake it up from its nap. Boom. Now into the poolish. John likes cakes. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it does have to fit in the bowl. Thank you, man. Yeah, that is always the worry. Will she fit in the bowl? Next up, we can measure out our yeast, so 6.6 grams of yeast. And I just use an active dry. I don't use an instant ever. Just Fleischmann's active dry. Sprinkle that guy in. And then we'll give that a little mix. I always use a little spatula when I first kind of get it mixed in with the water and break up the poolish a bit, like Cheese said. It doesn't like want to mix with the water at first, but once you start busting it up, it will dissolve right into it with the yeast. Yeah, just like that. Easy peasy. Cheese, if I may ask, what is your max amount of pizza dough? Like how many pizzas can you mix at one time in your mixer? Because I know it's just a bit different than ours. So we have made up to a 6 times batch in this guy, but I wasn't willing to push it to the 7 times batch. So I just split it. We're doing a 3 times and then a separate 4 times and then kind of marrying them up to hopefully proof all at once. Yeah, Strike Nun. You can be in the who has the biggest mixer contest. Okay, that is good. Mixed it for about a minute. Now we can let it sit, let that yeast activate, and we'll measure out our flour while we wait. We need 1.248 kilograms of flour. You've done a 4 times Detroit style, which was about half full. You've also done a 6.5 times New York. That was probably 65% or so full. So when we did the 6 times dough cheese in this thing, the dough was like working its way like up this little spatula, or I'd have to like keep pushing it down. So that's where I was like, yeah, that's the max. When the dough starts working its way out of the bowl, that's when you know. But I think you can do more. Sounds like with your mixer, you can do a bit more than we can here. Okay, We'll start with 600 grams first. That's what I can fit in my container. And we'll do 648 afterwards. Seven to 8 kilos is the max. That sounds about right. Yeah, when it tries to climb out of the bowl, it's just too much. You've gone too far. Even this looks really full today. Heck, maybe we didn't do a 6 times. Maybe I only did a 3 times in here. We'll see though. Once it starts mixing, it kind of evens out. Okay, we can start this. Oh, I didn't realize I spilled some starter over there. We'll start this mixing, and then we just have to measure out our amount of salt. So we'll keep that on low. We need 45 grams of salt. And that's another thing you definitely don't want to skimp on. If you forget the salt in any type of dough, it will be the blandest, most unexciting thing you've ever eaten. And why do we add the salt after everything else, you guys may ask? Because salt is a yeast inhibitor, so it'll actually kind of deactivate the yeast or slow down how quickly it works. So that's why we let the yeast mix in with the water and the flour first, and then add the salt at the end. When are we adding the sugar? 0 sugar in this, my dude. It's quite lovely indeed. And I will say is my dad is type 2 diabetic. He can eat this dough with 0 issues. It doesn't make his numbers climb at all. So there is definitely something to be said about like a ferment in your dough and a cold proof process. It does help those people that maybe have some digestive issues. This is coming together very nicely though. Gonna just turn it up a touch. It won't kill off the yeast and your dough will be big. Did that one time with a batch that was about 50 pounds. Oh my gosh. What? So you forgot this salt and it was just like overly active strike then? Will the producer, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And hello, Archie. Welcome back, my good dude. Do I follow your buddy Eddie's Pizza on IG? I think so. I think so. Let's see. My phone's outside, but we have a little bit of time right now as this mixes, so this is perfect. But I have seen some of his things. I do know who you're talking about. Eddie's. Yep. Already following him. Woohoo! So gluten-free. Detroit style. What? With a special flour? I'm pumped. Because, yeah, we have some celiac customers. So I'm always trying to, like, add good gluten-free recipes into the repertoire. BLK Jam, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Just going to push this guy down a bit. A little scrapey scrape, if you will. But so far, she's looking good. I'm going to do a little scrape on the outside. And so what we're gonna do with this dough is we need to mix it until it's very fluid and smooth in texture. And that's how you develop the gluten properly. If you don't mix your dough enough, you'll probably be wondering tomorrow why it's not rising and acting like a proper dough. So you really need to create all that structure. Oh, what? You know what, LoJack? I never even thought of making fresh orzo. What? Never have I ever seen a recipe for that or anything, but that could be fun. Also, Will the producer comes in with the follow and then the raid. Welcome, 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 friends. How was your stream today? What did you do? Welcome in, Pause and Shinvu. Yeah, you're back. Hello. Nemesis breaks. Hi, guys. Okay, so for those of you just popping into the channel, we are currently mixing up a Detroit style pizza dough. So that is the really crispy, fluffy pizzas that get baked in a rectangular pan. And it does take about 3 days to make this dough properly. And this is going to be cooked up tomorrow on our stream. We start at 11 a.m. Pacific, and we're selling 9 pizzas to our friends tomorrow. 9 pizzas, 12 desserts on order. Hey Blink, welcome in as well. You did make orzo one strike then? It wasn't that bad. How did you do you cut the little pieces of orzo? This is what we're talking about right now, guys. This is gonna be lunch later, is BBQ salmon with an orzo pasta salad. How would we make said little orzo pastas? It's climbing a bit. It is, dude. That's why I'm wondering how I ever got a 6 times batch in here. As you work the dough, it gets more structure in it and becomes kind of more firm to work with. And that's actually what we want. And that's also why we do 2 hours of like a slow kind of bench rest out at room temperature before it goes into the fridge. Get back down there. But we are getting close as well. So you guys can see how the dough is starting to smooth out a bit. And then if you see how the gluten kind of sticks onto my spatula. So far, so good. And you can also see underneath how it's starting to web around the outside. We are almost there, friends. Cooking on the big green egg? Yes, we are. Yeah, barbecue and salmon outside today. Some nice spring salmon that my friend Zach caught and brought over to us. You just roll it into a big noodle and then snip it. Oh, I could see that actually being quite fun, Strikeman. Snip it to create the little pieces of orzo. Oh, you're a cooking streamer as well, Will? That is great to hear. Guys, we did get a shout out for him, right? And I will go give you a follow right meow. Right meow. How long have you been streaming, Will? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You guys think this is climbing out? We have a 4 times batch in coming up next. This is only a 3 times. Just gonna turn it up 1 touch more. Okay, followed, done, 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 done. Oh, and that's so awesome. Well, congrats, sir. We definitely have some awesome and different cooking streamers on Team Bonin, for sure. No one really does the same thing, which is really nice. Like, there's always something new happening. Shall we try to do a window test? I think we're almost there, but yeah, as you guys can see, this dough is super sticky as well. I would say It reminds me most closely of a focaccia style dough. What do you think, Cheese? Is that accurate to say? Will is awesome and authentic. Perfect, Shinvu. Are you the one who brought him here? Yeah, I haven't messed around with any of the hydration at all, Cheese. Should be normal. I think we good though, my dude. We got gluten on gluten. Focaccia and Sicilian is a good description. Okay, so see how that's just starting to relax a bit? I don't know if we'll be able to do the window test with this. Okay, next up. We're done. So I'm gonna be proofing it, probably not all in here. We'll do some of the dough in here and then some in this mixing bowl. These are like the 2 largest containers I have in the house to proof dough currently. I've done a few test batches at 73% hydro and it's super fluffy. Yeah, I didn't mess around with anything. But you never know with like the humidity out here. Kind of changes every day on the West Coast. Oh, it's okay, Will. Yeah, I often raid and run as well. But typically because I gotta go clean the kitchen after making a mess. And thank you so much, man, for that raid. It was great to meet you. And welcome in all new peeps. I will definitely try to catch your stream next time you're on. Okay, safety first. Unplug our mixer before we start disassembling everything. Yeah, Archie, pizza on the Big Green Egg is delicious. And we've done the Detroits a few times already on the egg. And what we use for our pizza making on the egg, Archie, is the pizza porta. So not sure if you've heard of that attachment for the Big Green Egg, but it does work really well. It pretty much turns the egg into a wood-fired pizza oven. And the owner of the company is super awesome. And they just came out with a 2.0 as well. They kind of streamlined from the first one, which is what we have. Don't get rid of any of your mixing or your mixer parts, because yeah, we are making another batch of dough right now. Let me out. It doesn't want to come out. There we go. Whew. Yeah, that has some weight to it, Cheese. Pro tip, I would say, before you pour your dough into said proofing container, actually, this isn't going into a we'll put in container, mix it, and then we'll do our bench rest. I think that will be the best. So oil this though, so it doesn't get too sticky, because this dough is very sticky. I would say probably the stickiest that I've ever worked with. Judo, you finally got your meal request points. What, the 50K? Or did you save up the 100K for a cook with Sammy? So just rub the oil all over said container. It'll help us out in the end. We also use oil on the bench rest, so don't be afraid. Always try and work smart instead of working hard. There we go. Just gonna do a quick little wash of my hands. Manitoban, good to see you, dude. You just have a pizza stone, Archie. You also made sourdough in the Big Green Egg Dutch oven. What? That is one thing that I have not done yet, but I really, really want to try. Jeez. First time you ever made this dough, you cursed at it non-stop. So much cursing. Well, we've not cursed at all yet, but this is also not our first time. Yeah, this dough has potential to be messy for sure. Okay, I'm going for the pour. If you guys want to see how it looks, that's how it looks coming out of the mixing bowl. I find that it's easier to pour the dough out than to try and like scrape with a spatula. Just let the gravity do most of the work for you, and then come back in and clean up whatever didn't come out. Because yeah, that was pretty good. See what I mean? It gets so sticky and like glutinous. Yeah, wash the oil off of your hands so the dough will stick again. I just didn't want to get my mixing bowl all oily, because then I wouldn't have been able to hang on to it straight then. Okay, I'm just scraping out the remainder of that. You don't have to get it like super clean, because we are mixing up the same thing right after this. So we have 10 pizzas to cook tomorrow, but we are making 14 doughs, you know, just in case. And then one of our clients, they weren't actually sure if they were gonna be around this weekend, so I always just make a few extra in case they're like, hey, do you have a few extra pizza doughs? I'm home, I would like pizza. I think that'll be okay without having any wrap on it. What we're gonna do is just cover this with a clean tea towel for now while we do our other batch. That way it won't dry out. May you have the proofing bowl? What, the Cambro? Guys, this is just a 12-liter Cambro. I think you can buy them off of Amazon. And this is actually typically our little sous vide bucket for water. But today, or every now and then, when I make big batches of dough, typically pizza, I use it for proofing. Another batch, Manitoban. Yeah, 10 pizzas. Cheese. Would you really recommend making this dough though by hand? I think it would be a ton of effort. That's just me though. I can't see it being an easy feat, but I will say it's worth it. Let's say that. It wouldn't be easy to make by hand, but it will be worth it. Oh, for the most part, I like to do everything by hand, but when it comes to like, yeah, bigger batches of dough, it just would be a waste of time on my part to do it by hand. So that's where I use a mixer, but stuff like pasta, I make that by hand all the time on stream. They sell dough hooks for power drills? What? There's always a way around it. Okay, Archie, please check the mixer out. Everyone always gets super upset at the price of it. We got a really good deal on this from one of our past like kitchen supply reps, let's say in Vancouver, is we told them we weren't happy with our KitchenAid that we bought. Was literally brand new, couldn't even make a batch of cookies in it. So I was like, I'm returning this. I need something that is like a workhorse and I can do everything in. This is that. So it's a Swedish brand of mixer, and it has this metal bowl for like doughs and stuff, and then it has a plastic bowl that you can see through for like whipping cream and whipping egg whites and making cookies, all that stuff. So very versatile. It's what I use my meat grinder on as well. It's got so many good attachments. Oh, and I do have the grain mill as well for it. And yeah, the attachments aren't that expensive either. It's not that much more expensive than the top line KitchenAid mixers. Fair for sure. And they have super good support as well. So I will tell you guys this. Sam likes to do his late night baking every now and then, and he was making like a really kind of dense batch of cookies with lots of mix-ins like chocolate chips, nuts, etc. in it, and actually cracked the plastic bowl that came with it because it was just too dense for the beaters he was using. And within 2 weeks, they had a new bowl sent to us. I was like, what? So I would say, as always with expensive things, you also get great support from the companies. So this is an investment for us, right? Okay, that is our note on that. Let's get into our next batch, friends. Yeah, RoboCoop, I think, is the next thing on my wish list, Archie. RoboCoop is life. Okay, so Cheese says to possibly help ourselves getting all of the poolish out of our dough or out of the bowl, we should mix in the water first. Even just a little bit, I guess, dude, would be better than none at all, right? Ah, that's true, Cheese, yeah. Yeah, your mixer is also unreal, but like you said, it's really only for doughs. It doesn't do all of the other things that the Incarcerum can. The jiggle. This one is also so good. You have a RoboCoop? What? Yo, Cooking Girl, it only needs the blade. I might DM you and like see if you can maybe ship that up to us. Yeah, no, Strike None, I'm first. I'm first. We've been watching like every auction, marketplace, etc. for like a proper RoboCoop secondhand. Nothing yet. No me. Okay, starting again with the water first. So 872 grams of water this time, lukewarm. I could see that, Cooking Girl. The RoboCoop being a bit much for like just a family. But yeah, like someone like Sam and I that cook for people minimum once a week, it comes in handy for sure. And plus we are used to using the RoboCoop. So putting it together and taking it apart is a quick thing as well for us. Because you guys remember the KitchenAid that we used when we were making sauerkraut, right? I don't want to have an experience like that with my kitchen appliances. It's nice when things just like work. There we go, got our water. Okay, so that's all the water we need. Why don't I try and pour in just a bit into the poolish. Cheese's pro tip. Oh yeah, she's fitting. And then I'll pour the rest into here and mix it with the yeast. Yeah, the plastic attachments that just snap off. Terrifying. The only plastic attachment that the Incarcerum came with is the grain mill. But even that is like heavy duty. Okay, our yeast, we need 8.8 grams. We've already made Tedious hungry. I have a hunger myself. And I might have a quick little sip of a smoothie while this is mixing up. Fruit and veggie smoothie. Okay, so we'll let our yeast activate in the water, and then like Cheese said, it does help to mix the poolish first with a bit of water before you put it in the mixing bowl. It does help. It really does. Cheese doesn't lie to us, guys. Okay, get that into the bowl. Strike none. You'd call your kitchen equipment supplier, but shipping to Canada is gonna kill me. I know. That's the hardest part about getting like anything good. Shipping to Canada. That did clean up the bowl a bit. Oh yeah. That like totally filled up the mixer though, so I'm really gonna have to babysit this as this mixes, because she's for sure going over. She's gonna try and crawl right out of the bowl into the last couple of minutes, I'm gonna say. Pushing limits. Get off. Okay, now get that one soaking as well. And now we will mix this together for 60 seconds, just on a low speed. Yeah, Archie. So we love to deep fry in the Big Green Egg wok outside. Not sure if you've seen a stream where we've done that yet, but seriously, don't waste your money on like the little tabletop deep fryers. We've had zero bad experiences deep frying in the wok. Plus, it doesn't make your entire house smell like deep fryer afterwards because it's all outside. And it's way safer than like risking everything and doing it inside. Your fry daddy? What? Yeah, Big Green Egg makes a carbon steel wok. And it's actually right here in the oven, so I can quickly show you guys. Just washed it last night. This guy, I still have to season it maybe 2 more times with oil and bake it, but it's nice and big. We've made many a things in it. Okay, let's stop that. And now measure out our flour. What about making a caramel apple cinnamon Detroit pizza cake? This is madness. But I'm in cooking koalas. It is like caramel apple season for sure. Okay, I need 1.6 kilos of flour now. My uncertain giggle. My giggle of uncertainty. I was thinking if we do have leftover dough, probably mix up or make up a little focaccia on Sunday for ourselves. Munch on throughout the week. Focaccia. I'm gonna need more flour from the bag. This is a serious baking day. Because right after this, we're getting into the chocolate decadence. Okay, that's 1.2. We almost full. Okay, I just need 464 more grams. Just going into the 20-kilo bag. Enough for now. 464. Whoa. It is now full. Okay, turn it on. Be good. Pushing limits here every day. I can cook with Kate. Okay, lastly, I need 60 grams of salt. I guess I'll just pour out of my box. It does seem like a lot of salt, but it really does not taste salty when you eat the dough, guys, especially when you're putting all the toppings and stuff on the pizza. Okay, we need to help this one along, I see. That we can do. Come on, baby. Okay, there we go. Now I'm gonna start sprinkling in the salt. This should be fun indeed, Strike None. Always fun. Is that a wild Pulse I see? Hello, Pulse. How's the week, man? Yeah, it does seem like so much salt. But if you think about it, this is for 8 pizza doughs. 8 large pizzas, so divide it that way, it's really not that much salt. Still pretty wet on the bottom. Definitely has a ways to go. Okay, while that keeps mixing, I'm gonna put away some of our ingredients that we use. We'll definitely need the flour still, so we can leave that one out. And we'll leave out the scale as well. You might need that. Put the yeast away. Put our recipe over there. Are done with the iPad for now. Okay, gonna turn up this mixer just a bit now. We got some movement happening. Strike None, oh man. I saw your pupper post in Discord. Pupper was looking so majestic indeed. Pulse, you're fairly domesticated? That's good. That's good, man. I saw your new little box you built for the gym. It's looking proper. Legit. It's like watching a moon spin around. Yeah, it is quite a mesmerizing mixer as well. It's just fun to use, right? And then the other positive is that you don't really have to stop it if you need to scrape down the bowl. It can just keep mixing. So I would say it saves you time as well. Saves you prep time. Okay, that is that. So like I said, we're gonna do a bench rest on this big ol' white cutting board. We'll mix the doughs together, and then we do 1 hour increments where it sits out and proofs, and then we punch it down, form it back, do a couple folds, and create more structure in the gluten. So I guess I'll just keep that beside here for now. And then once it's done, those 2 bench rests, then we can divide it between our 2 containers. So our 12-liter Cambro, 8-liter mixing bowl, and then that should be enough. Should be enough room for the dough to rise overnight. Oh my gosh, Pupper knocked you over, Judo? He is a big pupper though. Nice, cooking koalas. Yeah, look into this mixer, guys. It's definitely a great investment. Like, I think it's gonna outlast me for sure. So far, so good, guys. It's just kind of starting to creep up our dough hook as it smooths out. But yeah, you can also tell by the sound of the motor that it doesn't really struggle with whatever amount of dough or whatever we mix in it. It's like Old Faithful. It's gonna work forever. A cutting board that doesn't fit in the sink. Oh, we've been there cooking koalas. We used to clean this like in the bathtub because that was literally the only place it could fit until we got our proper sink that it would fit in. But yeah, that was always a struggle. Or yeah, that's also a good option. Nice like clean spot outside, just some soap and a garden hose, disinfect it, good to go. Okay, maybe 4 more minutes on that. I'm gonna have a quick little snack. Get our fruits and veggies in. Anyone else in chat like a smoothie person? Yeah, it's true, Jen. Used to wash it in the bathtub. You had to clean your pots in the shower for the longest time because your sink was so small. See? It's not an unusual thing. Okay, this needs some more help. It's growing. Oh, that's amazing, cooking koalas. You found a big cutting board. Oh, that was everything I needed. Need some energy for the cooking. Okay, so I'm gonna cross off the Detroit pizza dough from our list, and then next up we're gonna get into the chocolate decadence. So why don't I take a look at that recipe and we can start to get some of our ingredients out. And that is in Discord, is where that's posted, because it's a photo. It's a photo. But Cookie was able to find a link to the recipe as well for us. I should actually link that for all of us. Okay, a bit more. A little bit higher now. That's just starting to work over the little spatula there. It's also a sign that it's almost done, in my mind. Okay, so chocolate decadence. Chocolate lovers turn rapturous just thinking about this dense, dark, fudgy cake with its whipped cream icing. So it just gets served with a vanilla whipped cream and raspberry sauce, which I think raspberries and chocolate go really well together because the little bit of acidity in raspberries really helps to like cut the richness of the chocolate. So that's typically why like berries are always paired with chocolatey things. Kind of balances everything out. She's going for it now, this dough. Chocolate and pork rinds, I believe it, Polish. So the last is a touch of genius. The tart raspberries seem to cut through the unctuousness of the devastatingly rich cake. Okay, I should have just read that last sentence there before I said what I wanted to. Oh man! Work it, work it. When you need like 2 dough hooks. I'm like the Cheese's dough hook right now in his mixer. We're very near, though. Just a little bit more smooth. Yeah, bacon puffs. Judo, is the meal request for 50K just a main course or also a dessert? You can do a main and a dessert. And then I'll kind of choose upon the difficulty of it whether we'll do them in the same day or maybe do it separate days. Like today for Annie's request, like he requested quite an in-depth seafood dish, and this dessert was also in-depth, so I decided to make the dessert before his other kind of savory menu items that he requested. I think we're good, guys. It's feeling and looking exactly the same as our other dough. You can see our little webbing there. You can see the gluten's been developed. That was basically our window test right there. Goodbye, cooking koalas. You gotta head out for work. Don't work too hard today. Stay safe wherever you are. And hopefully we'll catch you tomorrow. Okay, we gotta marry this up now with our other dough. Unplug the mixer, safety first. And she is very sticky indeed. clean off this spatula first, and then we'll do the dough hook. Let go. Well, that feels great to have this dough done. Just have a couple more hours to take care of it before it goes into the fridge for a little nap overnight. Then we'll see it again tomorrow. You're less than 9K away, Polish, from another one. Hey, they add up quick, guys. Those pots and pans add up quick if you're here all the time. Scrape all the goods. No waste. Hot grilled lamb and tzatziki ice cream? What? That is madness, Archie. Tzatziki ice cream. What is the premise of that? Also, I don't have an ice cream maker anymore. I did get rid of that because I was too picky. The quality of my ice cream maker did not give me the ice cream I was looking for. And I was like, well, I'm not going to spend like $2,000 on one, so I'm just never going to make ice cream for myself. Okay, we're going for the other pour. You guys can see how we lined our container with olive oil already. That will help it from not sticking, because as you can see, she is a sticky one. What we're gonna do now, marry this up together, and then we'll pour it out onto our cutting board for a bench rest. This one's really sticky. Holy smokes. You always thought it was tzatziki? I think people say it differently, Polish, but you might be right on how you say it. I say it like different all the time. Tzatziki, tzatziki. Depends on who I'm around. You can also say that this dough has a great smell to it from the Polish. And smell usually equals flavor, I would say. Okay, let's see if I can get this last little bit out. So many gluten strands. Arepas, judo. That's like a request that I've wished someone requested for so long. So thank you. I'm actually pumped. That's always been something I've wanted to make, but for some reason I never think about it when I like create my menus for the week. Arepas. Okay, let's not put this in the sink because we'll probably need to use it for putting the dough into the fridge. Okay, so we shouldn't really have to do too much to kind of marry these doughs together. We'll give it a few like little pumps and pushes down. Other than that though, we should be able to just kind of pour it out onto the cutting board. So leave that. We already have this much, by the way, and this has not risen yet. Oh man. Okay, Cami. Yeah, everyone's busy today. Conference calls, school's back in. Got all sorts of responsibilities happening. Just bro it up, Polish, and call it Zat. Yo, bro, you got any of that Zat for the Suv? Good thing it's enough for an entire company. Yeah, Karmic Bob. Judo, thank you so much for the 50,000 pots and pans redemption. That is for me to cook something for you on stream. So Judo wants arepas and cherry vanilla puff pastry it is. Oh, what? If you have any recipes for said dishes, also feel free to send them my way. That's what I do love to work off as well. Or whatever recipe I find, I'll send it to you and see what you think of it. And thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not gonna make the puff pastry from scratch though. That's the only thing I won't do. Okay, so we're just rubbing the oil all over our cutting board to minimize any sort of stickage that could happen from this very sticky dough. Just keep our spatula on the side just in case. Arepas. I'll let Judo explain what they are, because I actually don't believe I've ever eaten one. I know what they are. It's like, think of a Hot Pocket, Jen. That kind of like shape, or like a pierogi kind of shape, and then there's a filling in there. Are they fried? Are they fried, Judo? Or baked? Gluten. That is my serious voice, because this is some serious gluten. The dough is actually quite relaxed already, because, well, probably our first dough has already been bench resting for about half an hour while we mixed up the other one. All I'm gonna do though right now, first clean off my spatula. We shouldn't really need this anymore. Get that soaking. And then we're gonna switch from the spatula to a bench scraper or a dough cutter, whatever you wanna call this. And then I'm just gonna kind of fold this into itself first and like push it. We're gonna kind of make a dough ball if we can. And then we'll flip it seam side down. See how I use the bench scraper to kind of work the dough? It's a really helpful tool, and nothing ever sticks to it if you oil it. Okay, now kind of guide it. You can see just how heavy this dough is this way. And I'm gonna just kind of fold it on top of itself and then flip it over. And then just kind of keep working it into itself until you have a firmer ball that stays together. It doesn't smush out as quickly. Just needed a bit more oil on my hands. And then this is literally gonna double in size. So I'll keep my eye on it. And I think I'll do, instead of like a circle, do more of an oval so it has space to spread out. Looks like a giant mozzarella. Yeah, it's looking really nice. That's your dough spank for you guys. Good Lord, it really is. Okay, one other thing we gotta do is now is the time that I wrap it with plastic wrap. Probably use 2 sheets worth. And I just don't want it to dry out as it proofs. You don't want it to create any sort of skin on the outside of the dough. Leave a handprint? I don't know if it will. Also, my hand wasn't oiled, but yeah. This is not where it would leave a handprint. Maybe after it sits for like the next hour, I'll be able to, but we just created more structure in the dough, so it's quite firm currently. Borderline TOS. Hi, Scooter Beach. And Izzy Rogue. Hi, hi. Welcome, friends. And yeah, all I do is kind of just take all the air out around the edges, and then we'll let the dough kind of fill out the rest of the plastic wrap. This was one of the biggest things we had to do on stream today. So now that it's done, feels so good. And it's making me even more excited for tomorrow because that means I get to eat pizza. Okay, this is just gonna go to the side for now. Nice, safe, kind of warmer place. Not too cool of a spot. And like I said, I'm gonna set a 45-minute timer. Just gonna go under the 1 hour mark because the first batch has already been resting for a bit. So 45 minutes on that. And then we'll do the same thing. So we'll push it down. Oh, it looks like my cheek was like really red there. We'll push it back down, form it back into the ball, and then let it go another hour. And then we can put it in the fridge. Those are all the important steps. Hey, the hot Carl with the 2 months resub. Thank you so much for that Twitch Prime resub. Carl, it's great to have you in Kate's kitchen. Yeah, Scooter Beach. It's Friday. Don't they know that you're supposed to be watching Kate right now? Greetings from Montana. Oh, amazing, dude. I hope everything is well down there. Greetings from the west coast of Canada on Vancouver Island. Hello. Okay, we got our timer set. Now let's get into our dessert. Chocolate Decadence is on the menu for tomorrow. Dense, dark chocolate fudgy cake with whipped cream and raspberry sauce. What we need, so it makes 12 servings, which is quite nice. And that is actually the perfect amount that I need for tomorrow. To start, let's get all of our ingredients out. We need 1 pound of dark chocolate, like a dark, good quality chocolate. So I went to our bulk barn today because I know they have Callebaut Belgian chocolate, and that's what I picked up. So I think that's over a pound. I just like kept scooping into the bag, and I was like, that feels about right. So dark Callebaut chocolate, like little wafers are these guys. So that gets melted in, but seriously guys, a pound, 1 pound of chocolate. I'm in. Oh, how heavy was the dough ball, Manitoban? Probably close to like 10 pounds, I would say, dude. She ain't light. Yeah, there's enough dough in that ball to make 14 Detroit style pizzas, like a large pizza. So 14 large pizzas is in that dough ball. Deadly. Okay, along with our 1 pound of dark sweet chocolate, we need 10 tablespoons of unsalted butter, so 1 1/4 sticks. We're only making the 10 pizzas tomorrow, but like I said, a couple of our customers weren't sure if they were going to be around, so I made extra dough just in case. Or if we do manage having all of that extra, I thought I would do up a little focaccia on Sunday for us. Just had to get out more butter. I realized I forgot to bring that out. Of all the things I did this morning, that was the one that was forgotten, and that's okay. Okay, got our butter. Next up, there's only 4 eggs in this, so 4 large eggs. And then my favorite part of this recipe, there's only a tablespoon each of sugar and flour. So it's not really sweet, which I think could also potentially be good for like diabetics. So the pizza dough, there's no sugar in it. And I will say that my dad has type 2 and it doesn't affect him at all. So that's great to know. And then, yeah, I think the dessert will also be pretty good on the numbers, on the blood sugars. So let's get out our sugar. And that is all we actually need right now. So we only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ingredients to make up this cake. I love the simplicity of this. Also, a note for everyone that's just popping in, this recipe is from 1982. Yeah, slacker, Scooter Beach. Actually, do you want to fill up my water? I've been caffeinated, I've had some of my smoothie, I gotta stay hydrated. Yeah, 10 pizzas tomorrow and 4 different types. Thank you. Cheers, friends, to a wonderful Friday. The year you were born. Oh, what? I was like, well, that was like 9 years before I was born. Ah. Okay, what we got to do with our 5 ingredients here. So they say flour and butter, an 8-inch round cake pan, and it's got to be a deep pan. So all of the photos I've seen made of this recipe, it's quite a deep cake. But instead of doing that, so you can do that, which is quite easy, right? Just baking it in one tin. Or if you want to give it away to some people, like we do, is it's a lot easier, safer, better for the environment to bake it in our individual mason jars, individual servings, and then just leave enough room for our whipped cream and raspberry sauce to put on top, close up the lid, good to go. So we're gonna do individual chocolate decadences today. So we'll just have to adjust the bake time on it as well, because it says you're looking for like a really jiggly center. We need those jiggles. Lots of jiggly things happening on stream today. You're right, Manitoban. We are getting close to TOS. Okay, TDS. Could you do a rhubarb tart tatin served with mascarpone with an unnecessary side dish of a stacked sable biscuit and syllabub tower? What the heck is syllabub? Stacked sable biscuit and syllabub tower. If you send me the recipes, I will look them over and I will say probably yes for the most part. I don't think I've ever told anyone no for their request. I always like to try new things. It's like a cream tower. Cream tower? I'm in. Okay, so our first step is to flour and butter all of our little jars. We're gonna do 12 jars. That's not so bad. And then the oven gets preheated to 425 Fahrenheit. So quite a high heat on the oven. It is a quick bake time. So if you think about an 8-inch cake pan and like a dense, fudgy kind of batter, let's say, only baking that for 15 minutes, the center is for sure not gonna be cooked through. So imagine how jiggly that's gonna be. Look for that when we do the jars. A cream tower with biscuits and strawberries. Yeah, that sounds delish. Tedious. After that, or while we're buttering and flouring our jars, we're gonna set up a little double boiler. So why don't we get out our little saucepan here? Probably gonna be a bigger double boiler actually. go with like a medium-sized pot. And we're going to fill this with about an inch of water. You can start with hot water. Hi, Annie. Oh my gosh, you made it right on time, dude. I am just filling up my double boiler and getting ready to make the chocolate decadence. Perfect. How was your Friday so far, Annie? And I will say, guys, if you're ever looking for like solid old school recipes, Annie has a lot under his belt. He's requested quite a few like really awesome and interesting dishes. So I'm gonna put that just on a medium heat. We don't really need it boiling. We just need the water to be warm in there. And then our next step for the double boiler is to put a bowl on top. The only important thing about the bowl is that it doesn't touch the water. So I think I'll use this. I think we'll need 2 bowls. Use that for the main mixing bowl. And then this guy, just gonna do a test fit. As long as the bowl doesn't touch the water, we're good. And then you can just set your bowl on top of there. Ah! What is going on? We have a Hitch raid, guys. Welcome in, friends. Holy smokes. How are you doing, Hitch? We saw that you were not able to cross to New Brunswick, sadly, my dude. What? So where are you at now? I wasn't able to pop into your stream at all. Where's Hitch at so far, guys? Is he just biking back? He's biking back and then passing through the Cook with Kate household for a solid meal? He's gonna end in Halifax. Okay. I mean, it's fair. He still went coast to coast, right? And well, during these times you can only do so much because of the pandemic. So welcome in, guys. If you've never been here before, I'm Kate. This is my kitchen, and you can find us cooking on Twitch Friday, Saturday, Sundays, starting at 11 a.m. Pacific. And we just got finished making up some pizza dough for tomorrow's stream, and we're starting to work on a very delicious dessert called Chocolate Decadence. Recipe's from 1982. It was requested by a long-time viewer of ours, and he saved up 50,000 of his pots and pans to get me to cook it for him on stream today. That's for you, Annie. Welcome in all new followers. Okay, so very simple recipe as well. We do have it posted in our Discord, but you can also find it online. It is called Chocolate Decadence anywhere. And we just want to make sure that there's 1 pound of dark chocolate in the cake. So we need our 1 pound of chocolate, 10 tablespoons of unsalted butter, 4 eggs, and a tablespoon each of sugar and flour. And then if you pop back into tomorrow's stream, you guys will see us plate it up and have a taste of it. It is sad to say it does take 2 days to make this recipe. That's why we got to plan ahead. Do I love Lego? Yes. How did you know? We have quite a few sets, and sometimes in the winter, we do a couple of Lego streams. It's like our rainy day kind of adult projects. Instead of puzzles, we do Legos. And yeah, this is our part of our stream. When the hype train came out, we built this 40-year, look at this, spider webs on here. 40-year anniversary little train for the stream. But yeah, I have quite a few other sets of Lego. We have the Ferris wheel. I have unbuilt the Hogwarts castle, the bus from Harry Potter, a few. But yeah, it is dang expensive. But once again, it's a good investment, good adult investment. It does hold its value. Some people say it's worth more than gold. Thank you very much, Annie, for posting that. I will actually quickly link that right now on our recipe link. How about that on our command? Okay, and then after we're done all this prep for tomorrow's stream, guys, we get to do a little bit of cooking outside over charcoal. So we're gonna be using the big green egg to barbecue up some spring salmon that our friend caught for us. And we're gonna be pairing that with a Mediterranean orzo pasta salad. Kind of keeping it light and fresh, preparing ourselves for the feast of tomorrow. And there is also a recipe linked for the salmon today. It's from a more kind of famous chef from British Columbia. And he has done a lot of work for the fisheries and oceans, even with the United Nations and stuff, about like sustainably fishing and all that. So that is why I chose this recipe today. Is it smoky here? Jen, we are covered in a blanket. It is terrifying. But it's also kind of nice being isolated on the island unless we also start getting fires here. Hi Titan, good to see you. Okay, let's get back to it. So before you guys popped in, we were setting up a double boiler on the stovetop. So we have a pot here. I'm gonna pour out a bit of this water with like about an inch of water poured in the bottom. And then we popped a metal bowl over top of that. The only thing you don't want the bowl to be touching the hot water. And so we're slowly bringing that up over medium heat. And then what we got to put into the bowl is our chocolate so we can start melting it. So that's a much kind of slower and controlled way of melting chocolate for our baking recipes. So it says in a small saucepan over very low heat, melt the chocolate with the butter. Set it aside. Okay. Oh, it says after that in the boiler, combine the eggs with the sugar and then beat that together over the hot water until the sugar dissolves and the mixture is just lukewarm. Remove the top of the double boiler from the heat. So take the eggs off of the heat and then keep beating them until they quadruple in volume. Oh, we're getting a little workout today on stream. Thank you, Annie. You actually didn't know the bowl isn't supposed to touch the water. That is an important thing because you don't want the hot water to cook whatever is in the bowl. So for sure for the eggs, right, is if the eggs touch the hot water underneath, it would cook it instantly. Does it have a raspberry sauce? It does. Yeah, I picked up some beautiful fresh raspberries today. We'll blitz them up tomorrow and make our raspberry sauce nice and fresh. So far, so good, Titan. It's been a great day. The sun is shining. It's a bit smoky, so not really a great day to be outside. So I'm happy being in the kitchen for sure. Okay, let's get our chocolate into there. We got to measure out 1 pound. And happy to say, got some Calabo dark chocolate they're called calettes or wafers this morning from Bulk Barn. 1 pound of chocolate coming up. And one easy way to do this, we can just take the bowl off of the double boiler for a sec, put it over our scale, zero it out. Let's go to, is there 1 pound 454 grams or is it 500 grams? I don't know, so I'm just gonna switch it to pounds. Man, if Hitch had this cake, that would like propel him across one province for sure. It's like, that's so much chocolate. We're gonna be vibing tomorrow. Powered by chocolate. And hey Trev, good to see you. Yeah, you know what? I noticed a sneaky little milk chocolate container in the pantry that I didn't purchase. So I think Sam bought himself some milk chocolate wafers, and he's like been sneakily snacking on them. It's like, hey, where'd this come from? This looks tasty. Okay, so we just put that bowl over the water for now. Let's measure out our butter. Yeah, Sammy. He's a chocolate fiend, Annie. We can't even have Nutella in the house. Yo, what's up? Quality Mario. You didn't know that? Oh man, Sammy, biggest sweet tooth ever. But can you blame him? He was born in Germany with a bakery 2 doors down from his house. You can't blame the kid. It is in his life. Okay, so we can add the butter to that bowl. So 1 1/4 sticks, AKA 10 tablespoons. And it's gotta be unsalted. What is 1 1/4 sticks? Is that 3/4 of a cup? Pave Chuck and Moonblazer, thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome in. One stick of butter equals 1/2 cup. Okay, so 3/4 of a cup of butter. And I actually think I have that here. Actually, maybe just a little bit more than that. Salt Spring Sniper. Yo, are you from Salt Spring Island? That'd be pretty cool. If so, we're pretty close to each other right now. And just to help ourselves kind of get this butter melted a bit quicker, you can just cut it into a few smaller pieces to spread it out throughout the bowl. Let's go back over here. Ooh, we can see the chocolate's already melting. So I can kind of nestle the butter pieces into there. And this is an unsalted butter, very important. We need to control the salt level in our dessert. You can't do that if you use salted butter. In my opinion, guys, salted butter is really only good for bread. I think that's its best usage. Oh, you're from Salt Spring, Nova Scotia. What? I didn't know there was another one out there. Well, regardless, welcome in, fellow Canadian. Let's try and not hurt our ear or our eyeballs here. Yeah, my mom's ordering the dessert for them tomorrow. Mom, you're not sleeping. Just don't even think about sleeping on Saturday night. Just pulling an all-nighter. If you prepare for it that way, it's probably more enjoyable. What, Annie? This recipe is thanks to your dad? I love that. Thank you so much for sharing this. I really think I'm gonna love it. I also love chocolate a lot. I just don't like when it's sweet. So this dark chocolate application, probably gonna be my jam. Okay, so that definitely has a few minutes to go. While we wait, we can prep up our eggs, measure out our sugar, flour, etc. And then we're ready, Freddy. Also still have to butter and flour our jars. So actually, why don't we start there? It is so good. If you say it, I believe it. There is definitely a trust factor here. Okay, one other note. So our timer has 22 minutes until we check on our pizza dough that's proofing on the side right now. And I can see it's already almost worked its way off of that cutting board that we put it on. That's why we wrap it up nice and tight. It's alive. Okay, let's come back over here for now. Move that to the side and get our jars ready. And we're gonna bake all of the jars on a sheet pan to keep them all together. So you can lay all of those out right now. Annie, I have one question for you before I start prepping the jars. Would you say that like 250 mils or even less, like that's gonna be a good kind of single serving if we go by the slice from the cake? You know, an 8-inch cake pan isn't that large. But I think this is gonna be the perfect size. Seems reasonable, right? There should be about a cup worth of chocolate cake in the bottom. Yeah, so because we are selling these on our takeaway food menu tomorrow to our customers, is I'm always trying to think about plating of the desserts and how to like keep it really sustainable. So I like to do a lot of stuff in jars that people can return and wash at home instead of doing like a dessert plate wrapped with plastic, because then all the plastic gets wasted. And yeah, the recipe says it serves 12, so I thought we'd easily be able to separate it between the 12 jars. My double boiler just came up to a boil, which we don't really need it to do. So once it starts boiling, just turn your pot all the way back down to low. We're not cooking said chocolate or butter, we're just melting. I was like, what is whistling behind me? Not the kettle. Yeah, we always have them like return all their dishes either throughout the week when we're at work. They can drop them off on the table. We have a little drop off, or they return the dishes the same day that they come and pick up the new food. The reason the center is liquid is so the edges of the cake doesn't burn. So you would focus more on not burning the crust and not worry so much about whether the center is liquid. Thank you, Annie. So I noticed this gets baked at 425 Fahrenheit. I think I'm gonna turn down my oven temp for these jars because it's a smaller amount to bake and the higher heat is gonna bake it like really quick. And I know my oven is also hot, like about 10 degrees hotter than what it says. So I'll probably do it at like 415 Fahrenheit. Okay, so our little nub of butter that we actually had left over here, we're gonna cut that into smaller cubes that is like easy to hold onto, and we're just gonna swipe them around all the inside of the jar and then pour a little bit of flour in, tap it around, dump it out. I don't know if it's as much necessary to do it if we're serving it in the jar, but this is a necessary step for sure if you're planning on like unmolding the cake and serving it as slices. But I am still gonna do this step just in case they do wanna like pour it out. And it will minimize any sticking as well. So take our little nub of butter. This is something I learned working in a restaurant, and you just kind of keep it in your hand, and then the warmth of your hand kind of melts the butter and it distributes around whatever you're trying to grease up. Should make pretty quick work of it. Oh no, Sammy on his way, bad day. That is never good. That's sad to hear. My husband, yeah, at least it is Friday. Nothing happened to them, but all the bad things happened with all of the materials. Oh no. Yeah, some of these things we can't control right now with our construction work because of COVID. And they're saying here in Canada, guys, by the end like by the end of the year, possibly, we're not gonna have any 2x4s or lumber. So this is a really interesting thing that we learned from Home Depot, actually, is where my dad found this out. So he was talking to like the contractor service rep, and the rep's like, so we just got word that all of the lumber that Canada ships to China for processing, China is no longer sending it back to Canada. So they've basically commandeered all of our lumber. So this is gonna be interesting next couple of months. There's so many trees, but yeah, the country sends all of the trees away overseas to get milled and then expects them to be processed or sent back. What? I mean, it's on all countries for sure. It's on Canada. Why wouldn't you mill your own lumber? When, yeah, like you guys said, there's so many trees here. But it's cheaper, right? It's always the cheaper option. Doesn't mean it's better. So, Annie, is this dessert served frozen? This is also another thing I didn't ask yet. I know that we set it in the freezer overnight to kind of firm up. But is this served frozen or just cold? Zombie apocalypse, going nuts. Yeah, thanks, corporate greed. Technically, you put whipped cream on it and put it in the fridge. Okay. So I'll like temper the jars then in the fridge for, let's say, like half an hour before the customer comes to pick it up. I'll put it in the fridge with the garnishes on it and let it kind of temper up to where it's easy to eat. Perfect. We're gonna check on our double boiler in a sec here once I have not buttery fingers. Because it's looking like the chocolate and the butter is almost melted. Perfect. I mean, one could also say that instead of flour to line the jars, you could potentially use cocoa as well. Ooh, Mammoth. Thank you for that follow and welcome in. Okay, time to wash up our buttery hands. Then go over to the stove. Check it out. Oh yeah. Okay. Give that a stir. Also, one thing with chocolate and a double boiler is we do not want it to get too hot because the chocolate will literally split from the, what's the fat in chocolate, guys? Why am I having a blank right now? Cocoa butter. So the chocolate itself will split from the cocoa butter if you heat up chocolate too much. And it's really hard to go back from that. Obviously, taking it off of the heat and cooling it down as quick as possible, it can be saved. But then the chocolate, it's not really the same structure after that. So you might end up with like a gritty cake or pudding, whatever you're putting the chocolate into. So this being smooth right now, I think we are perfect. See how all of the butter mixed back into the chocolate. There's no like fat slicks sitting on top here. You got this one little butter nub. It's gotta melt in. But it says once this is melted, we just take it off of the heat. There's one thing I love with chocolate. It's the sheen, the smell. Oh man. Okay, and we can just set that there for now while we flour this up. No big deal. Yeah, the butter makes it shiny. And you know what, guys? It's getting a bit warm, so I'm gonna put my bun up. It's time. Cocoa butter? Isn't that what they use in lotion? Yes. Yeah, a stack of pancakes to dip into the bowl of chocolate? Oh goodness, Trev. Oh goodness gracious. Bun is up. You know it's getting serious. Okay, now I just gotta wash my hands. Okay, and we are leaving our double boiler on as well, guys. Don't turn it off yet, because we still gotta do the eggs. Oh, strawberries in a chocolate fountain. I don't think I've ever been to a restaurant with a chocolate fountain yet. I could be wrong, though. They're really fun to watch, though. Okay, so I'm gonna pour, about a 1/4 cup of flour in this one jar, and then just kind of work it around up to the top, where it looks like everything's been coated with the flour, and then we're gonna tap it out into the next jar. And then we got that. A nicely floured little jar. And it's okay if there's like a couple streaks that aren't covered. It's okay, guys. It's not gonna be ruined. And I always usually hold said jar over the next one that I'm gonna be pouring into. And then we're not spilling flour all over. I've definitely filled many little cake tins in restaurants with butter and flour. Too many. Too many, guys, or maybe not enough? Whoa, whoa, whoa. We got a highlight my message from Tedious Tao. Say, cook with Kate. If you mix strawberry flavoring syrup into melted butter and refreeze the butter, you have strawberry butter, which works well for cakes when you butter the base. This sounds unreal. Did you just like stumble upon that? Or did you see it in a recipe somewhere? That is something I've never heard of or been taught over the years. And yeah, why wouldn't you use like a flavored butter to butter the jars around a cake? Yes, you made a mess. Awesome. I think messes are bound to happen in the kitchen, especially when you are creating new things. Oh, I didn't need a little bit more butter in the base of that. We're skimping on the butter in that one. Judo, I'm awake now. Almost the perfect amount of flour in the jar. What am I getting rid of here? Like a 1/4 teaspoon. Okay, we don't have to worry too much about the extra flour that kind of escaped the jars. Now we're all prepped up and ready to go. So next step is our eggs. Combine 4 eggs with 1 tablespoon of sugar. Beat the eggs and sugar until the sugar is dissolved and the mixture is lukewarm. Take that off of the heat and then whip it until it like quadruples in size. That's why we're using the bigger bowl here. Let's crack our eggs, get our sugar into it, and get going. Yeah, this is how we stay so buff. We whip a lot of eggs and cream by hand. Quick little wash. We got 5 minutes on the dough. 5 minutes? Get the proper whisk. I'm gonna whip up the eggs together first and then we'll add our sugar. Here's the thing though, Judo. There's literally only a tablespoon of sugar in this recipe because dark chocolate itself is not overly sweet. You don't trust yourself to do the eggs by hand, Annie? Did you use a mixer then? After you had the lukewarm mixture? Yes. I might do that. I guess I'll see how it is whipping it up. If it seems like it's gonna take a long time, we'll probably switch to the mixer as well. Okay, our 1 tablespoon of sugar. We'll leave that tablespoon measure out because we need it for the flour. And the flour gets folded into our eggs after they're done whipping. Stir 1/4 of, fold the flour into the eggs and then stir 1/4 of the egg mixture into the chocolate. Fold the chocolate back into the rest of the eggs. What? Madness. Madness, I tell ya. Okay, let's go to the stove, guys. Go back to our double boiler, being sure that whatever bowl we're using is not touching the water. Yeah, you know what, guys? Let's use the incarcerum again. I'll show everyone the other type of bowl that it comes with. Because, yeah, I love whipping eggs in that thing. Really does make short work of it. Okay, so we're just looking for our sugar to be dissolved and for the eggs to be lukewarm. We're not cooking them. It's still cold to the touch. Just the chocolate being warm beside me, the smell of it. Oh, I want to dip so many things into there too. Okay, we're almost there on the temperature. Annie, would you say that when you bake this mixture, does it rise by double? Does it kind of double in height? Almost there. It looks really cool when you fold the flour and stuff in. It definitely does increase in volume a lot. Okay. It's a perfect Friday stream. I love to hear that. I'm so happy you could make it. I need your guidance. And this is definitely something we do want to keep whipping when it's over the double boiler, because if you let it sit, it could potentially cook on the bottom, depending on how warm your water is underneath. Eggs are one of the most delicate things to do over a double boiler. That's why you don't want to walk away. Okay, I think we're there for sure. Okay, we're at lukewarm. We can turn our double boiler off now. Let's come back over here. Gonna just get our jars out of the way, and then we'll set up our mixer again. One more time. We're gonna whip it. This thing's gonna need a little wipe down after we're done with it today. She's really getting her workout. Thanks, little mixer, for all of your services. Sit on it like an egg. Yeah, sit on the egg mixture. Like you're incubating an egg. That is the dough timer, by the way, friends. It's okay though. It can keep relaxing over there while we finish this off. Okay, you guys see how I have this bowl set up with our nice fine beaters? Have I made orzo from scratch? No, I've not. You're the second one that's asked me that today. And I've never heard of making it from scratch until today, guys. So it's definitely something I want to try. But this is how we get it here. Like a little orzo pasta. Durum wheat semolina. But now that you guys put that in my head, I really want to do it by hand because I love to make pasta by hand. Okay, let's pour this in. Scrape out all the goods. And then I think it's safe to start preheating our oven now as well. I'm gonna keep said bowl. I'm gonna keep this bowl. I did see your paragraph, Tedious Tao. Those paragraphs, I don't typically have time to read through while I'm streaming, but by all means, post it in Discord in like a little DM to me. I would love to read through it and chat with you about it afterwards, for sure. So this is going to quadruple in size. Yeah, you spelt it right, Annie. The Inkarstrom. Okay, I'm gonna put my oven on to 410 Fahrenheit. We can get rid of our double boiler. And I'll be right back, guys. 30-second little bathroom break while we got Tam. Okay, back. I'm gonna turn it up a bit more. I wasn't even halfway yet on the speed. I was at like a third. Sammy's on the way. Digital Blue, thank you for that follow. Also, I missed a resub. Dirtbag with the 11 months. We're almost at a year together. And Pine Coning with the subscription 2 months in a row. Welcome back, Pinecone. Friends, thank you so much for all of those resubs. That does equal entries into our ANOVA giveaway, guys. That is happening all month until the 27th. I'm gonna hit this little link here for you so you can find out how to enter. It's working. We got drops? Sweet. Oh, Sammy with the biddies too. Thank you, Sammy. We're almost there, guys. If I turn this down, you can see just how fluffy it has gotten. We're almost at the quadruple size. Almost there. Do I dabble in Asian cuisine? I absolutely love Asian food. I really love all cuisines. I don't have one that I don't like, but yeah, I love cooking Asian cuisine. Like out here on the West Coast, there's definitely a lot of influence. It's one of my favorite parts of actually living in Vancouver. Many trips out to Richmond for dim sum and all sorts of good stuff. Annie, thank you very much for those 200 biddies. We got a hype train started. Yep. It's a Friday thing. I think these are good. I think our eggs are great. Annie can kind of guide us along. Let us know what we're looking for. It's not gonna be like a firm meringue, right? It's not gonna be a firm meringue. We're just aerating the mixture. Hi, CBD. Good to see you, man. It was hypnotic. Kind of is, isn't it? Thank you for the 100 bits, cooking girl. Yours was stiffer than this. Okay, we keep going then. One could say we're cooking with Annie today. No, I think yours was right. Thank you, Kame, as well for the 100 bits, guys. So those biddies right now are going towards a upgraded SSD card in the iMac that we have incoming for stream. Thank you for the 5 biddies as well. Mana Missile. Whoop whoop. You were sad by the lack of food diversity in your New Jersey on your vacay. Yummy Italian though. Oh, what was the best thing you had, dirtbag? Okay, how sweet would that be, Tedious? We might be able to make it happen at one point. A little slow-mo action on the stream. Probably need a different program to run it. One thing we will need for all of the folding coming up is a nice big spatula. You can do a retime in Final Cut, but can you run a stream with Final Cut? Oh, with your hummingbird video. Okay, now let's check. Oh, we're getting there. I guess we'll just keep going, Annie. Because this really is all of the structure we're gonna get into our cake is from our whipped eggs, because there is only 1 tablespoon of flour in here. Oh, you were doing a slow-mo. Okay, we'll keep it going, Tedious. I'll let it go for like at least a minute for you. And while that's going, I'm gonna put away the chocolate. We still have 1 more pound for the next chocolate decadence. And we don't need, or we do need just 1 tablespoon of flour still. No longer need the scale though. Stromboli dirtbag at a restaurant. Yum. Edenam, thank you for that follow. Welcome in. Okay, I see how this is transforming now. It even looks like one fluid mixture. Before, in the early stages, it looked like very bubbly and foamy. Now it's getting more thick and like creamy almost. We just had to turn it up a bit more. And it's not often that you have a recipe where you're whipping whole eggs as well. Thank you, Annie. Brett Binla, thank you for that follow as well. Okay, now let's do a little test with our beaters. I think that's looking better. Was it soft peaks still, Annie? Good. We got the thumbs up. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. All done. Thanks, Incarcerum. Thanks for that. Saved my arms. Maybe tomorrow we'll whip the cream by hand on stream. We'll give the Incarcerum a little break. Soft peaks. Madam Missile, thank you for that follow as well. Welcome in. Okay, now you guys got to see two different aspects of how the Incarcerum works, mixing different styles of dough or whatever, eggs. I don't know what to say. Okay, what was our next step again? Fold the flour into the eggs. And then fold the chocolate back into the rest of the egg mixture. Pour and scrape the batter. Okay. I'm gonna transfer this back into this bowl because I think everything's going back into here. Ha! Chubby Bunny! Welcome in.
Oh,
We got follows on follows on follows. And a Kame Boko! Continuing their gifted sub they've got from Mad King Matt. Thank you, Kame. It is great to have you. Yeah, Matt is one of our long-time viewers as well. Okay, let's pour out another jiggly mixture we've made today on stream. Today, all about the jiggles. What an interesting looking mixture. It's like almost pearlescent. Oh man. Okay, so for our 1 tablespoon of flour, let's try and like sprinkle it over everything to distribute it nice and evenly.
oh yeah.
Annie, thank you for gifting the sub to Chubby Bunny. Welcome in. Annie says, here you go, Chubby Bunny. Now you can also be a part of Kate's Kitchen crew. Give that a tap. Wait, Judo's going? Okay. Bye, Judo. You're dropping into bed. You're stuck there. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Take care of you and Pupper. Okay, so folding, guys. We go around, into the middle, fold. Round, into the middle, fold. And we're basically folding this mixture on top of itself without destroying all of the air that we just worked so hard to incorporate into the eggs. And there's usually a couple of little floury bits that like to get stuck at the bottom. Sneak up on you. So that's why we always go through the middle and come back up. I think we're good. 1 tablespoon of flour is not that much to incorporate. So as long as we don't see any more lumps, we're good. Yes, Tedious, you got the clip. Have I ever cooked a hare? Hi, Kiwi Mish, by the way. Good to see you today. I've cooked rabbit before. I've never cooked a hare because I know those are a bit larger, but I have definitely cooked rabbit in my time, and it is so lovely. It is one of the most delicate meats, I think, out there. I cook my hare all the time. Annie, that's what we try not to do. Sometimes it hits the burner though. Okay, 1/4 of the egg mixture into the chocolate, and then we put the chocolate back in. This is what we're talking about, by the way. 1 pound of chocolate and 3/4 of a cup of butter melted together. So it says stir 1/4 of eggs into there and then pour everything else back into our big bowl. I'm gonna go for a pour. I think that seems easier. And you wanna make sure your chocolate's nice and cooled down by this time as well. You don't need it rocking hot. That looks about right. I'm gonna use that spatula. Annie, this is looking pretty magical right now. I can't say I've ever made anything like this before. I think you really just gotta go for the stir on this one. Not much of a folding technique happening here. The one thing I did notice though was that there was no salt in this recipe. That is usually something I do recommend, especially with like heavy chocolate dense desserts, is you always need a little bit of salt to just bring everything together. But we can also note that there's not a ton of sugar, so there's not much to balance out from here. It's perfect in its own way from 1982. This is just lovely indeed. Just like slowly working the foam, I guess we'll call it, into this chocolatey mixture. And yeah, it's lightening it up. Okay, now that we got that, we pour that back into this bowl. Yeah, before I was born. Did I pour the wrong bowl into the wrong bowl? Then it can't fold? Nope. We have done all of the correct steps. Gotta scrape all of the goods. Don't leave any chocolatey bits in the bowl. Because yeah, if you get a good quality dark chocolate, it is also not cheap. Good quality chocolate is quite expensive, but it's for good measure. Okay, there's a little bit of chocolate left in the bowl. Who's cleaning it out? I don't have Sammy here to clean it, so someone in chat has to. Send help, guys. You already had dibs. Where is Sammy? He is on his way home as we speak. Okay, so now same folding technique as before, especially going down through the bottom where all of our heavy chocolate mixture is at. And we're just slowly working it in to the whipped eggs and flour. Is this still looking good, Annie? Definitely a bit more stressful making desserts like this for the first time, where there's a few like really crucial steps that you can't mess up. Like Tedious said, did you pour the wrong bowl into the wrong bowl? No, we didn't. Now she's combing together. Yeah, I'm gonna scrape off this little bit of foam back here. A little bit of eggs. Get that into the mixture. She is thickening up now though. You guys see how much that mixture has changed in consistency? Whoa. It's like a brownie batter now. I wonder if you use like a 1-to-1 gluten-free flour blend with the 1 tablespoon of flour that's in here. I wonder if you could make this gluten-free, Annie. Okay, scrape that. Check it out. That's the jiggle we're looking for. Yeah, she's thick. Just bathing it. Yeah, who's jumping in? Okay, and now I think for easy distribution between the jars, I'm gonna pour this into a measuring cup with a nice spout, and we'll just pour it out that way. Oh my gosh, I just noticed my hands are like covered in chocolate. I don't think this is one to make with your kids. I can see your kitchen getting very messy. Oh, also, I wanted to ask all of you in chat if you guys saw the viral video going around this week of the Nona baking with her grandkid, the grandson. Oh man, so good. Goodbye, Bonk. Hope you have a wonderful day at work, and we'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe, my dude. Ciao. Yeah, it sounds like a good problem to have. Okay, so we'll pour it into here. This is another like restaurant trick. Of all of the creme brulees that I've portioned out, we usually are putting any of these like kind of liquidy mixes into a measuring cup and then distributing that way between jars, ramekins, etc. We're starting with a full cup here. I really like the consistency of this batter though, Annie. It's so nice feeling. It's definitely like silky smooth. We'll hold on to that spatula for scraping out the measuring cup at the end. We'll need it. Yeah, this just looks like a chocolate fudge sauce. I just start eating that. Yeah, pudding or mousse, exactly. Okay, another little pro tip when you're filling jars or ramekins, push them all together. So they're nice and tight and touching, and then you have less risk of spilling in between. So I'm aiming for us filling up the jar like maybe a third full, because Annie said that it will rise quite a bit in the oven when it bakes. Oh man, we're splooting over already, but that's fine. Go a little bit first in each jar, and then we can always add more after they're all full. But we don't want to leave some jars short. Boop. Oh man. That one has quite a bit in it. Use your best judgment. I think it's gonna have more than a third full. Sound effects sometimes help things to go better. This is reminding me of like a molten lava cake as well. Very reminiscent. Chocolate lava cake. Just a much more like elevated version, I would say. Because there are some lava cake recipes that you can literally mix up in like 30 seconds. Really quick. Okay, we're all filled. So now we'll start evening out the amounts of the batter. And it's very important that all of the jars have an equal amount of batter in them. The smell of this batter has awoken some fruit flies in the house. Don't know if you guys can see them. My nemesis. Okay, gotta come in with the spatula now. Clean it up over this bowl. I don't spill any more in the jars. Okay, there we go. Go, go, go. That's gonna be a good serving amount, for sure. A little bit more in this guy as well. If you wanted it to be like very precise, by all means, you can use a scale and measure out the quantity in each jar specifically. And then we just want to try to not mess up the outside of the jar too much, because we will have to clean that up before it goes into the oven to bake. Otherwise, it's gonna bake on and be just a mess. Okay. I think Sam's gonna walk in at like any moment, so I'm not gonna put all of those things in the sink for him. I'll let him clean off the bowl and the spatula. Okay, come in with a clean cloth now. And then we just want to go into kind of any jar that we messed up the top a bit. Want it nice and clean. Just take off the chocolate mixture as best as you can, with hopefully not disturbing the floured and buttered inside of the jar. There. Just a couple of little splooks. Okay, as far as bake time goes, so Annie says it's more important to not burn the batter mixture than it is to have it like really gooey. So I think I'm gonna do 5 minutes and then swivel it around and do like another 3 minutes. So do about half of the bake time of the large 8-inch cake pan. All right, Tedious, see you tomorrow for sure. And then like I said, any of the like desserty things you wanna chat about after stream, by all means message me on Discord. You know why I have to do that, Judo, is not lick my fingers, because I'm cooking for other people right now. So I have to be very food safe about all of the steps that I'm taking. So yeah, no licking of the fingers or anything like that. We gotta be professional. Okay, I'll set a 5-minute timer and then we will keep our eye on this. I'm pumped. And you know what? I'm just gonna switch around one of my oven racks. I want this right in the center of the oven so it bakes very evenly. 5 minutes on the clock. Done. Okay, flour's going away. Commingling all of our jar lids. And, oh my God, you guys aren't ready for this. It is pizza dough time. I just need to gather it back on to the cutting board. Ah, it's large. What is this? Okay, we gotta zoom like all the way out, and it's still not enough. Oh my God. This is 14 Detroit style pizzas happening tomorrow on stream. So we gotta start gathering it back together. It's like a bloated whale. Hey, it looks better than that. And start folding it back into itself and creating more structure in the gluten. And we actually want to take some of the air bubbles out right now as well. So see how I folded the top half kind of 2/3 down the bottom half? So we're going to do the same with the bottom. Fold it back over and push out some of those air bubbles. We're going to need a bigger pan, a bigger cutting board. Oh no, get that out of there. Okay, next one. Into the center. Did you guys hear the little boom, the air bubble coming out? It's important to get some of the air out right now. We don't want it to all stay in there. Okay, let's do this last side before it literally starts crawling away. Boom. What is this? This is a Detroit style pizza dough. So if you've ever had a pizza that's baked in a rectangular pan, that is this style of pizza, and it's gonna be made tomorrow on stream on the Big Green Egg. So it's gonna be cooked over a wood fire. Hey, Late Night Tough Guy. And DF Cat, thank you for that follow, as well as Bellow Babe and Variants. I'm using orzo, yep. Had a nice couple of orzo dishes in the past, mostly from Otto Lange. Ooh, I love Otto Lange, but I don't know who Sammy Tamimi is. I don't know who that is. Aw, thanks for remembering, Manitoban. Okay, so typically you only do those 4 folds, but because of this amount and just kind of seeing how the dough is reacting, I'm gonna do 2 more folds top to bottom. Oh man, this pizza is like one of my faves. I love pan pizzas, like the crispness of the crust and then all of the fluffy bubbles on the inside. It's like heavy and light all at once. And then this is also the pizza that gets sauced after it's cooked. The sauce gets poured over top. Okay, that is looking good. I might even go for 8 folds here. Bring it back in. You can see though, as we keep doing the folds, look how much it's staying together now. So after it rested, that's why it spread out everywhere, because the gluten was starting to relax. Now we're building up the structure again. And it's gonna be really important come tomorrow when we're baking the pizza, where all of that structure that we built in the gluten, it's gonna hold in all of the air bubbles. We want that. Okay, one more thing. I would like to flip this so the seam side is down. I'm gonna do it that way again. So it has room to spread out. And you can also see how like all of the oil or olive oil that was on the cutting board and on the dough, it's all been absorbed into this. Copper Confetti, thank you for that follow. Welcome in. Okay, now we reuse our plastic, wrap it back up, and I'm gonna do another 45 minutes. I know I basically did an hour last time, so do a bit shorter. That is our 5-minute timer there on the jars. Very important that I wrap this up and then take a peek at those and then reset the timer. Just a quick wash up of the hands. And a peek. No real signs of anything happening yet, and that is okay. So I'll do a switch around. Let's do 3 more minutes just to be safe. And then after that goes off, then I'll set 45-minute timer. Sounds good. And then finally, after that, we'll fold it again one more time, probably divide it in 2, and then put it in our proofing chambers for the fridge. And then we'll get to see this tomorrow at 11 a.m. That is a beautiful dough, though. So far, so good. Okay, just doing a quick little cleanup here. Yeah, you mean 2 p.m. So I'll probably take the dough out of the fridge at like 9 a.m. tomorrow, about 2 hours ahead of the time where we're going to be separating it into the 10 pizzas. So you need to let the dough to come back up to room temp. Just wiping off my Stream Deck. That dough is really going for it on that side. Stuck to the side of my cutting board. I got room for that in the fridge. If I'm being honest, not really. Actually, no. That is a lie because Sam is smoking some meat today. So yes, actually. It's like, oh, I guess since it's smoky outside from the forest fires, we can smoke some meat today. Okay, 1 minute left on that, so I'm not gonna start anything new, but we are now switching into our lunch. Yeah, no one would be the wiser, exactly. So barbecue salmon, that is just staying in the fridge until we're ready to barbecue it. I might take it out actually a little bit early. Hey Joshua Klein, good to see you. Oh, okay, copper confetti. So we were just talking about this earlier on stream. I don't know if you're on Instagram and I don't know where else you could possibly find him, but the person that I got the Detroit style pizza recipe from, so for the dough, is one of his friends, also does Detroit pizza, and he just came out with a gluten-free dough. So it's on his Instagram. His name is Eddie's Pizza, if you search for it. Not sure if he's released the recipe or not yet, but I did see his post saying, get ready gluten-free peeps, because he came up with a recipe. Very exciting. I would love to try it, because like I said, we have some celiac customers, so I'm always down to add something new to the repertoire. Okay, Annie. I am just seeing a little bit of cooking action on the outside of these jars here, and a little bit of rise happening. I think it's wise to definitely go 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, and that would have been a 10-minute bake then. That's what I was thinking. I was like, probably the glass is actually gonna slow down the cooking process, and it might actually bake better in there. But the volume is smaller, that's true. Yeah, be right back. Sounds good. Let me know if you find the recipe or not, because like I said, I wasn't sure if it was posted. It is insane in here, Trev. I don't know if you can tell, like, it is getting quite hot, and yeah, we can't open any windows or doors. It is too smoky outside. It's like the smoke smell from when we cook is delicious, but the smoke smell from a forest fire, not delicious. And no, we don't have AC, Jen, because like where we're at on the island, we call it like souk air conditioning. So around 3 p.m. every day, we get the fog rolling in and it cools everything down by like 5 to 10 degrees. But lately, like this whole week, that's not really happened. It's rough, but it will be nice to be cooking outside tomorrow for the most part. And yeah, I'll be heading outside in a little bit to do the salmon with you guys. So we'll get some somewhat fresh air. I mean, we definitely had the AC when we were in Vancouver in our little apartment. It was needed. That is so weird, Annie. Hi, Jiggles. Good to see you. We have so many jiggly things happening on stream today. I've thought of you many times. I believe it, Jen. Yeah, reading while it's hot. Good night. Okay, couple seconds left on this timer. I need a peek. Gotta control what's happening here. And I think we're good. At least on some of the outer jars. I'm gonna do big view for Annie here. Get a little confirmation of how it looked maybe in the cake pan. So see how the outer ones, they're just like starting to creep up the sides. I think those are good. But then we have these two kind of in the middle that are a bit behind. What do you feel? Maybe switch those ones to the middle and switch the other ones to the outside. I'll take the corner ones off because those will definitely bake the fastest. I've done this all the time before in restaurants as well with like pudding jars. You definitely don't want to over bake a pudding and have scrambled eggs. Okay, that was a good switcheroo. Just this last one. And we'll keep the jars spread out as well. I only wanted a 2-minute timer. Gretel San, thank you for that follow. Welcome in. Oh, your AC went out, Jiggles, and you're waiting on someone to come and fix it? That's the worst. Okay, what I'm getting out right now is just a cooling rack for our jars. So just a metal rack where we can pop that up instead of my trivets. Okay, I guess it's safe to cross off our chocolate decadence from the list. And we are looking so good for tomorrow now, guys. Our dough is done, our dessert is basically done, and now we get to make some lunch. Bit of a switcheroony. Yeah, 1 to 2 more minutes. I did a 2-minute timer. Now I have 1 minute left. Just checking on what's happening in here. I think that's good. That is perfect for me. Cancel. Cancel. I canceled that. Are you listening, timer? Cancel. You keep coming in from outside gardening. So hot and smoky. Yeah, thank gosh for air conditioning. Be safe out there, cooking girl. Ooh. So the cake like rises and then compacts back down, it looks like. The little chocolatey mixture. It looks really good. Like I said, it's definitely reminiscent of a molten lava cake. Yum. Okay, I'm gonna push that to the back here to cool off. And then the only, sorry about that noise. The only other step we have to take for our chocolate decadence is it goes in the freezer overnight. Goes in the freezer overnight. And then before you plan to serve, take it out like an hour ahead of time. Easy mode. Yeah, for sure, Manitoban. Forest fires, never fun. Okay, guys. So just taking a peek at our salmon recipe linked there. So we do have to make up a little bit of a tomato salsa, but that can be, actually, we'll do that first. We'll do that first, and then we can focus on our Mediterranean pasta salad. And then while all of those things are marrying up, melding together in the fridge, we can go barbecue the salmon outside. Oh, the heat plates, yeah. Yeah, we ended up getting a really great deal on the Le Creuset trivets a few months ago. So we picked up 2, and yeah, whether you call them heat plates or trivets, they just protect your counter, table, etc. Any surface from a hot pot or pan. Very handy, yeah. I have 3 now, and I make use of them all the time. So the jars get frozen to give it that like fudgy kind of texture. And yeah, the liquid center needs to set. Does the smoke from the forest fires affect flavor or anything from the garden? I asked that actually earlier today, Joshua Klein. I was like, I wonder if the smoke from the forest fire will be penetrated into something on the barbecue that gets cooked for like a long time outside. But we talked about like the parts per million of the smoke in the barbecue, like in the smoker, is a lot heavier than the forest fire smoke outside. So it shouldn't do anything. At least I don't think so. Who knows about the plants in the garden? Just like start eating salad one day and it's like, oh, the lettuce tastes smoky. I would say just make sure we wash everything really well, anything that we are harvesting from outside. Okay, Chef Ned Bell's wildly delicious baked salmon recipe. Instead of baking, we're grilling today. He does give us that option in the recipe. So our tomato salsa, we need some Roma tomatoes, shallot, pick some parsley and chives from outside. And then we just bring it together with some olive oil, lemon, and salt and pepper. Very, very simple. And at this time of year, tomatoes should be great for sure in North America. Yeah, the world would smell like warm apple pie. I wonder. Okay, let's take a look at these maters. I gotta show you guys this one because it's from another world. What is this? What did we grow? This is a little heirloom tomato. There's like 2 tomatoes in one here. So fancy. This one side feels like it's done. We're gonna use up all of those Romas. And then we have some delicious sun golds to put into the pasta salad. Yes. Get a little bowl out for the salsa. Annie, I was on social media the other day and I saw this insanely simple recipe for a sun gold tomato like sauce. And literally all it is, because I know you love sun golds, is you roast the sun gold tomatoes in the oven at like 350 for, I would say less than an hour, just until they're like starting to fall apart. And then you mix that while it's still hot with like good quality butter in the blender. And you just blend the tomatoes with the butter and it makes this insane pasta sauce. It looks so silky and like delicious. I was like, I need to try that. It's way too simple not to. Yeah, they're like, roast your Sungolds and then blend it up with Kerrygold butter. I was like, oh, I don't have Kerrygold, so I'll try and find something close to that. How much butter? It's probably about a half and half mixture. Yeah, the really, really shiny Romas, these were grown in BC, but I'm still going to wash them. Still going to give them a wash. Get a hold of some ground cherry tomato seeds and grow those. So good. Kind of tastes like a tomato and an orange had a baby. Ground tomatoes. I've never heard of those. You guys have like brought so many great new things into my life today. Can you link it? Can you send me a link so I can open in a browser page and check it later? They look like a tiny tomatillo. Doge. So cute. Okay, well, I know Tedious Tao wanted me to go over some like knife skills with this steel today, but they have gone to bed. So hopefully tomorrow we can do that together. I almost go by the sound of the steel and the blade than the look of it. Okay, our knife is all prepped up, and for a tomato salsa, especially like when you're doing fresh cut tomatoes, is you want it nice and delicate in size. So small dice is what we're gonna go with today. And let's just start by cutting the ends off of the tomatoes. He uses 4 aromas in his recipe. I'm gonna go with 5 because that's what I have. And the nice thing about aromas is they're not really juicy, so they're quite easy to cut. You know what, Annie? I don't even know if there's any beer in the fridge, but we can make him a gin beverage if he needs. Okay, so we're gonna start by slicing our tomatoes first, all the same thickness, or as best as you can at least. And then afterwards, we'll come back and do our little strips, and then we'll do our dices. So whenever you're cooking, it's always quicker to do the same task over and over repeatedly than to slice your tomato, then make your strips, and then do your dices, and do that every time. Just save a lot of time and effort by using the rule of repetition. That one was really soft and juicy. Okay. Now we cut little strips like that. And if you can, stack up the middle 2 slices. It'll just be quicker. And I'm doing four cuts across. And it's just a typical sized Roma tomato. Not too big, not too small. I haven't even looked at the time yet. 2:30? We're actually doing really good so far today, guys. Feels like it took us forever to do that first couple of prep items, but now we're getting rolling. See how I'm kind of like leaving them all in the same line? That's also going to fast track our knife skills. Yeah, I always cut the ends first. Heck, we're gonna triple stack it if you can. Just careful, because sometimes I find tomatoes like to slide out, and there could be risk of cutting yourself. Oh, thank you. Thank you for linking that, Manitoban. I will get that open as soon as I'm done with my tomato hands here. Oh, those. I love how you call those ground tomatoes. So those are like gooseberries. Those are gooseberries. I actually saw Costco had some of those today while I was there, but I was like, nah. They're so good. It's a pineapple tomatillo? Okay, there's so many different names. Now, because I always work right to left, I'm just sliding over all of my tomato strips. Man, I should have bought some tortilla chips if I knew I was gonna have this much salsa today. Yeah, all kinds of names. Picking and pickling them, yes. Yeah, pickled gooseberry. Even pickled tomato is good. Okay, so now we're coming through and doing our small dices on the tomato. A little bit of knife skills work today. Whew, it's flying around. See how easy it is to just grab a little handful of our tomato strips and then cut the dices from that? All about that repetition, guys. And I will say, I always find I'm a little bit slower getting back to stream in the kitchen on Fridays than like a Saturday, Sunday. It's like, wow, I haven't been here for a bit. And then the other really hard thing, like when I was still working in restaurants, it was really hard to like come back after days off because you just feel like you missed so much and you didn't know what was happening while you were gone. That was always the worst feeling. It's like you need the days off, but you don't want to miss anything. I think the Sammy man is here. Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Woo! The man is home. Yeah, we need some oil in the wok. It's true. We did it. Where's our kiss, Sammy? See? Literally no kiss before he even gets into the spatula. Big dogs in the house. Yes, cooking girl. Okay, I need to put these tomatoes in the bowl before the juice goes everywhere.
Hello, everyone.
He found the chocolate decadence.
Oh, it's decadent.
These are like the juiciest Romas I've ever cut up. Oh man, we gotta get this tomato juice off of the board. He needed that spatula today, by the sounds of it.
There was just some fucked up shit here.
Yeah, he sniffed that one out real quick.
Everything that could have went wrong today went wrong.
Wow.
Dishes clean. Done.
Thanks, Sammy.
I help.
You did good. You did good, kid. Okay, fine diced tomatoes. Now let's get out our shallot.
Is Hitch still having troubles?
I don't know what happened. Oh, like you need an update from Hitch?
Yeah.
Well, you saw the raid, yeah? They just said that he was ending in Halifax.
Boo!
That's what the final decision was.
That's some bullshit.
So I said, well, I guess we'll see Trev in a bit if he's passing through. We'll stop at the Cook with Kate household.
So much work.
Oh, flower. How is it outside? I haven't really popped outside in a bit, Sam.
Souk is worse than Victoria.
Oh. I haven't been outside in a few hours.
Oh, it's definitely worse than it was this morning. Way worse.
It's worse here.
Time to go help the cause and lay out the barbecue.
Sam. Oh, that was one of the funniest situations we ever had when we were in Vancouver and had the big green egg on the patio still. So not sure if you guys remember, this is for all our West Coast people. A few years ago, we had really bad forest fires as well, and it like covered Vancouver completely in smoke. Our neighbors knock on the door while we're like smoking a pork shoulder or something like that outside. They're like, can you not smoke outside? Because it's not helping the situation. We're like, no, we can't actually, sorry. And that was that. We didn't really make friends with food there.
No friends were had. They did not want to be friends with me. No joke.
Yeah.
I tried to give them.
Yeah, we tried to give them so many snacks and they just had none of it. It's like, okay, you're lost. Okay, I'm only gonna use half of this shallot because she's a big one. Need a bit more water too. That's what I thought, Scooter Beach. It's like at this point, our little amount of like delicious smelling smoke is not wrecking the environment. Your brother got the cops called on him for smoking ribs? I mean, that's almost as bad as us getting the fire department pulled on our entire apartment building when we were doing pulled pork. Okay. Small dice on the shallots. So you thought that the tomato was small diced? We're gonna go with a French term today, which is brunoise. It's like 1/8 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch. As small as you can get with your knife skills. Or use a slap chop. Slap it up. Okay, that's where I stop. And then this little piece, we'll just cut it in half. Come back across. And if you're like unhappy with how you diced your shallot or onion, whatever you're putting into here, you can always go back over it. Cut it smaller. That is okay. Yeah, it was really bad that couple years ago, flour. Sam and I were saying it's like, this is bad outside right now, but that was worse in Vancouver. Like working at a restaurant, nobody was out. Like that was one of the deadest weeks we've ever had in a restaurant. Okay, let's keep going on a shallot. Stop at that point. Now come back across and just do our thin strips. To finish it off, we'll just dice that up. A little rough chop. Beauty. Okay, one more half And actually, you know what? I'm not gonna use that half. That's, for us, not huge like raw onion people, that's a good amount. And that's also why I cut it so small, so you didn't have like big bites of onion. Yeah, that's good. Because it will get stronger in flavor as the shallot also sits with the tomato in the mixture. More of that flavor will be brought out. Be brought out. Manitoban, yeah, so good. Have you missed the salmon process? Not yet. We're just about to get into it. We're just making up a quick tomato salsa for the garnish for the salmon when it's done grilling. Tomatoes. Yeah, we got 2 types of tomatoes today. We got some Romas and then some Sun Golds from the garden. Nom nom nom, my favorite.
Yeah, we have a 10 plus advisory currently.
A 10+ weather or air quality advisory? Oh my goodness. Okay, it is time to actually pop outside and we'll quickly pick some parsley and chives. Bread to buy? Wondering what my setup looks like. Let's do this. I think this is the right one. Those are my cameras. Computer setup and all that stuff. You're better messaging my husband, Omdog, and talking to him about that.
Nope.
Oh, that's wrong. We haven't updated the camera setup. One of those cameras is not it. We have upgraded the Sony A7 to an A6500. Yeah, that's wrong. Good luck. So yeah, we're running all those cameras off of Elgato capture cards. I have a Go XLR mixer here. I have an extra large Stream Deck here as well. 2 mini key lights as well. And then a wireless Sennheiser transmitter for a microphone. Sammy says nope. Yeah, we should do a setup video for the YouTube. So I just needed a couple other things to be done in the kitchen first, and then I wanted to do that video. No, it's okay, Scooter Beach. I love being bugged on here. You've been liking your Shure wireless mic for teaching, Annie. Nice. Nice. That is great to hear. Probably also another great option. But all of this, like all of those things that we have running the stream, this has taken us 2.5 years to get to. My beginning setup was a MacBook, a Blue Yeti, and a couple Logitech C920s.
That's where we all begin.
Annie knows. Okay, I'm just setting up the camera and our herbs. Oh, hi, doggo. Hello. How are you? How's the pupper schmupper? Oh, you need to go in? Okay. She needs to see you.
Hi.
She's like, where's Sam?
How are you?
Okay. Ta-da! Let's get some green herbage. Oh, doggo. We gotta go get some herbs. Chives and parsley. Chives and the parsley. It's over here. She's really going for it today. I've never seen her so excited. Okay, there's our chivers. Do one more little snip here. This is our nice mild onion flavor going into the mix. And then down here is our nice, whoa. Excuse me. Excuse me, please keep it down. Where'd Sammy go? He's over there. Okay, our flat leaf parsley. which is way better than curly parsley in my opinion. She has stuff to say today, guys. Holy. Madness. That doggo's mad, I tell ya.
He's crazy right now.
Okay, I got my handfuls. We just have to pick the parsley off of the stem. Oh, and get rid of ants. He's like, I'm making a run for it. No.
No.
And then just pick out any kind of dry chives. That's an antipatizer. Yes. We've like not had any puns today, guys. What is going on here? We're all tired from the week. The heat's taken out the puns. Okay, as with the shallots, we're gonna go fine dice with everything. Jay Random, thank you for that follow and welcome in. Yeah, my moonshine. You know it, Manitoban. They're just such a good bottle to drink out of for water consumption because it's all like 1 liter. Just count your liters and you're good.
No puns, no puns.
Out of all the herbs to chop, chives are my nemesis. I thought it was parsley, but no, it's chives.
Why is chives your nemesis?
Because they never stay straight.
Parsley, of course.
It's hard to cut it quickly because they're always kind of like flopping out to the side.
They're flopping.
It's like, yo, stay together. Oh, you guys got cold, Scooter Beach? Did you get snow? Okay, there's just a little bit left to go over. Done. That is 2 tablespoons of chopped chives. You're above Colorado, went from 90 to 17. 10 inches of snow? What? I'm sure that is a surprise.
Took down the web today.
Not me. Sam, Scooter Beach has 10 inches of snow. That was way more evil than my reaction. That's crazy.
Not even having snow. Oh, shit.
Thanks a lot, 2020. He's evil, but he has also grown up in a place like in the snow belt in Ontario.
Yeah.
So he knows snow.
6
He
feet every
feels,
year.
yeah, he feels, yeah. Snow dance? No. No, Titan. Not. Okay, let's finally chop this.
Not doing it.
Not happening. That's gonna cause some flooding if those temperatures go hotter again real quick.
Anything else going on top of that?
That you cannot touch yet. That's gotta go in the freezer overnight.
Those are small.
There's whipped cream and raspberries going on top of it. It would be the same size if we sliced it out of the cake. Like, that's all I was going for.
That was 2 batches?
No, I just did a single batch because it said it serves 12. We can talk about it after. Sam's worried about the amount of jars that we have. I'm not thinking about it right now because I'm happy with what I made. Okay, let's get our lemon out, and I'll get our salmon out as well. No, you can question me in the kitchen. You guys always question what I'm doing. Just not while streaming, not while we've switched up. Can always be dealt with later. Okay, I'm just gonna give this a little roll. If you're worried, I can make another batch and do 2 jars.
You always want honest feedback. Here's honest feedback.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Are you getting defensive?
No, I'm just saying that. I don't think that's enough in there. Or you just have to charge less.
Okay, I'm not even going this whole half lemon, guys. I'm gonna reserve the rest of it except the seeds. I'll tap them out and we'll squeeze the other half, or like the rest of this, over the salmon when it's been cooked. Tomatoes are quite acidic on their own, so I don't want to make the topping too acidic for the salmon, but we definitely need to cut through all of the nice fat in that fish. Ghoster 5000, thank you for that follow. You pay more than that, Scooter Beach, for smaller amounts? Well, that's what we were just saying, is maybe we'll charge less for the amount in the jar. Oh, I'd 100% kick you out, Titan, if you were eating the food while I was cooking it. Get! Sammy knows that one too. Okay, so let's bring this all together with just a touch of olive oil. And some salt and pepper. I'm gonna go heavy on the pepper because I really like that with tomatoes. Give that a little mix, and then we'll have a taste. A taste. Mike Sai, dudes and dudettes, welcome in, good sir. Can we get a shout out for Mike Sai, guys, real quick? Another food and drink streamer. Wanted to ask how the podcast went yesterday. I saw you were one of the guests. Didn't get to tune in to really much of it, just the beginning. How did it go, friends? Team Bonin podcast. Okay, that is evenly mixed. It's like almost like a pico de gallo. Very reminiscent. Just with lemon instead of lime and no cilantro. You need just a bit more salt. I'm not gonna add any more lemon juice though. I will add just a touch more pepper. Yeah, it's tasting so good and fresh, this salsa. It's gonna be awesome with the salmon. And yeah, we wanna keep all of those juices from the tomato. There's a lot of flavor in there if you let it marinate. Okay, one more little bite. I can double dip because it's just for me. I'm gonna let that sit and marry up a bit before I add any more salt. That's always a wise choice. Do I have a favorite knife? This is my favorite knife. If you use the knife command you'll get a link to said knife. And it is a Shun Premier. Ha ha ha, Scooter Beach. On it. And yeah, I have zero bad things to say about this knife. I've used it for many years in restaurants, and now I'm using it at home. It's a great blade. It is strong. It keeps its edge for a good amount of time if you maintain it. And I like the feeling of the handle in my hand specifically. And I think that's also a very important thing for anyone else buying knives. It's not really about the blade per se, but rather how it feels in your hand. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the fridge to cool it off a little bit. A chilled tomato salsa, if you will. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, these are our little sun golds that we grew this year in the garden. I think they are my favorite tomato variety. Okay, next up, let's take a little care and preparation with our salmon pieces. So I'm gonna get a plate out and line it with paper towel. We wanna start drying off our meat or our fish. Oh man, Scooter Beach, you will adore sun golds for sure. Yeah. The fat streaks, Sam's saying. Just gonna do that. And as you can tell, this was not a small salmon by any means. This is a wild caught spring salmon by our wonderful friend Zach, our fisherman, hunter, forager. Okay, now just give him a little pat. I can see there's some pin bones here. And I was gonna say, we're gonna be just cooking these skin side down with a quick little flip at the end onto the flesh side. But for the most part, we'll be cooking the salmon skin side down and then just removing the skin after it's cooked. Before we cook it, I would like to get those pin bones out just for ease of eating later on. And there's not a ton here. It's not like we're doing a whole fillet. Let's go in a little bit farther. And you guys can see them peeking out here. So those are the pin bones, and we just got to take those out because they're large and can be dangerous if you swallow it or whatever happens. That's the thing, Josh, is it is against the law to like sell the fish that he catches. So sad to say, we could never really do that for you guys because yeah, we don't want to take away his fishing privileges, right? And as I'm pulling these pin bones out, I'm going the same way that the bones are already facing to not tear through the flesh. And these are special fish tweezers. They have a really like thick blunt end to hold on to the bones. And then if you get near like an end piece, the bones will also be kind of in the side of the fillet. So you gotta kind of pick in there. sometimes it's hard to get out as well. It's just like, no, I'm not coming out. Okay, there's that. So 2 done. Let's do the last one. Ah! Get it off of the board. Last one. Woohoo! Okay, rinse your tweezers. And then I'm just gonna get rid of all these bones. Because I'm gonna leave the fish on the paper towel. They're so like sticky too. Okay, that is that. Now I'm gonna wash up my hands. So that's all we're gonna do for the salmon now. And I took it out of the fridge so it can start to come up more to a room temperature so that when we put it over top of the charcoal and cook it from the bottom up, it'll just cook more evenly if the fish fillet is not like really cold out of the fridge. Oh man, flour, yeah, I wish we could go to Seattle. There's so many things that we could wish for this year. Ah, Scooter Beach. Well, I am pumped for you when you are able to make it up to Canada. I hope you do make your way over here. It'd be so much fun. All right, Jen, have a nice day at work. Don't work too hard. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow if things time out properly. Okay, let's just put this to the side. Next step is our pasta salad. So let's get a pot on the stove. And I'm actually gonna reuse the pot from this morning because we literally just had water in it. So let's pour halfway full of hot water. You can go all the way up to 3/4 full if you want. And then we'll put some salt in the water and bring it up to a boil so we can start cooking the pasta. Then while all of that is going, we can start preparing the vegetables to go into the pasta salad. Medium-high heat. And let's do 2 tablespoons of salt into the water. Really important that you season the water that you're gonna cook your pasta in, whether it's dry or fresh, really. Put a lid on it because it always comes up quicker that way as well. And amount of orzo. What do they say? So for 5 servings, they use a cup of uncooked risotto. For 5 servings? 1 cup? I think we're gonna do the 1 cup still. Like I said, I like leftover pasta salad. Risotto. Thank you, Scooter Beach. Boom. didn't even make a dent in the bag. Okay, so as soon as the water's boiling, we can drop our orzo in. And I would say typical boiling time. It says about 6 minutes. So a little bit less than your larger pasta shapes. Makes sense. So I'm gonna set a 5-minute timer for myself. Play it safe. And yeah, that's definitely like a good in between of like pasta and rice, I would say. Hey DG, how's it going? We're cooking all sorts of stuff today. We are just working on lunch. Okay, veggies going into our pasta salad. Tomatoes, these lovely sun golds right here. Cucumber, bell peppers. Also, for garnish, feta and olives. It might be loud, guys. Hold your eardrums. Sam's gonna blitz some spices. Yeah, let's do orange peppers with the orange tomatoes. Nom. Just looking at the bowl situation, guys. I think we'll be okay. We're gonna cut everything into that guy and hopefully be able to mix it all together. You wish you could get fresh fish and seafood around there? Yeah, you're inland, right? Titan. And that's the thing, guys, is you can't really expect to get the fresh fish inland. It sucks, I know. But I do remember Trev talking about being able to order nicely or sustainably caught fish from Alaska and getting it shipped to him. So you got options at least. Okay, let's do half a cucumber. It looks like a weapon, yeah, watch him. And then I'm gonna cut it in half. Flip it on the flat side. And then go into quarters with it. You get nice little triangles of cucumber. Drink. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna mute this for a sec. We good. Sammy's making up pepper coriander mix. Look in the containers. Okay, there's our cucumber. Look at all the pieces. Next one, take down our peppers. Tip and top them first, is what I always call it. And then we go in half. There wasn't a container of just peppercorns? And then all we're gonna do is tear out the ribs and the seeds. Little taparoo. Okay, now we'll come back across, and because we're doing a pasta salad, the orzo is really nice and small in size, so you just want to cut our veggies a bit more delicate, I would say. So I think I'm gonna go like that for the peppers, just a touch smaller than the cucumber. And this is definitely a dish where you can play around with your knife skills, whether you want it triangles, cubes. What kind of pepper? It's just a sweet, long bell pepper. They're called a crescendo sweet pepper. Do I prefer the English cucumber? I would say yeah, because I like how like crisp it is. This is not a hot pepper, guys. It's not a hot pepper. We can put that into the bowl. And next up, the cherry tomatoes. A little sun gold, so let's pick out all the really ripe ones first. I think they're all ready to eat though. Little baby ones. Perfect. All right, a little bit left. Oh, guys, we can't get to dessert today. Dessert's gonna be done tomorrow. It's a 2-day process. That's why we had to think ahead a bit. Get ourselves ready for tomorrow. Very important. So much fragrance from the tomato stems. Holy, look at this one. Tear it off the stem and it just cracks open. So juicy. Okay, now we're just gonna go in half with all of those. Even the little guys. Dad? Dad, is that you? We don't have children. teach us the trick of putting them between two lids. Oh, I didn't teach you that, but I have done that before. I just have too much OCD to be able to do that for not myself, or for myself. I like perfect halves, but it is a lot quicker for sure. Okay. Nice little medley of vegetables for our pasta salad. Water is almost up to temp. So we're gonna make up a little bit of Mediterranean Greek salad dressing right now to coat all of this lovely stuff in. And we're gonna use the blender for that, because that's way easier. Okay. Greek dressing, real simple. Definitely need to get the garlic out. Garlic. We got a little bit of lemon out already, and that's probably enough. My little secret, or actually Sam's little secret, is anchovy paste in it. Trust, guys, trust. Pop that there. So that. And then the feta and the olives. Oh yeah, we have come up to a boil as well. Pop that orzo in a sec. Boom, boom, boom. Fetid feta, does that mean it's bad? Does that mean it's bad, Annie? Okay, I'm gonna pour the orzo into the pot and set our 5-minute timer. Done. And then we need a fine mesh strainer to strain that out of the water, and then to cool it down to stop it from cooking. We're gonna put it onto a parchment lined sheet pan and just toss it with a touch of olive oil. So it's always a good idea to have that prepped first. I just want to give a little stir in that pasta pot. You don't want any sticking. There we go. Looking proper. Okay, guys. So with any salad dressing that I create, I always start with the acid part of the recipe and then build upon that so we can work on balancing it out. You could use anchovy paste for sure in Caesar dressing. That is also a great application of the anchovies. I'm gonna grab the red wine vinegar. So red wine vinegar and lemon is our acid base. And then I do a mix of olive oil and grapeseed oil. So I find that olive oil gets possibly like a bit too bitter. Yeah, I don't know if it's just me that makes dressings this way, Mike Sai, but I always find it the easiest. Juicer. Let's see how much juice we get out of this half lemon. Trim off the bottom so it fits in here. That was a pretty good amount, actually. Like a third of a cup. Okay, orzo is up. Okay, and then let's go with of red wine vinegar. So I'm going by the measurements on the side of my blender. 125 mil. Okay, and then to that, we do half and half as well of the grapeseed and olive oil. And same amount of vinegar, so also 125 mil. And you should be able to see the oil floating on top of the vinegar. See the separation for the proper amounts on the side. Hey Taz, how's it going, man? Good to see you today. Hope you're having an all right Friday. Okay, now we can start adding our flavorings. Anchovy paste. Let's go with like a teaspoon at least. Probably more. Probably 2 teaspoons actually. You won't taste the fishiness though. I will say that. You're not gonna taste the anchovy. It just adds like a great kind of balancing umami flavor. 40 seconds on our orzo boiling away there. Let's do 1, 2, 3. I think 3 garlic cloves. Let's do these 3 bigger ones. It's a raw garlic application, so bear that in mind. Is if you've ever had too much raw garlic on your palate, it's like spicy. It'll burn your tongue and your taste buds. We don't want that. We want to be able to taste everything. So let's just smash that so it's easy to peel, and we can just throw that right in the blender. Quick little test. Oh yeah, she done. I'm glad I didn't do 6 minutes. And that 1 cup amount looked pretty perfect actually. Like equal parts orzo and vegetables. Here we go, guys. So just gonna get all of that out of the strainer and then give it a toss with some olive oil so it doesn't stick together as it cools off. And this is gonna slow down the cooking process so we don't end up with mushy pasta. And then all I do is just spread out the pasta on the parchment paper, and then it will cool off pretty quickly that way without putting it into the fridge. Just like so. Okay. Let's get back to our garlic. Sunday, Taz. Whoa, did I like miss 2 days, dude? Oh no, my dude. Are you feeling better? You said you had a mental breakdown on Wednesday on stream? That's not fun. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit of black pepper while we're here with it. Yeah, orzo pasta, like one of my go-tos in the summer, I would say. Okay, another spice we cannot forget is dried oregano. Is this the dressing? Yes, it is. Just a nice simple Greek dressing that everyone should probably have in their fridge at all times. Yeah, it'll last at least a month, I'm gonna say. Let's do a tablespoon of dried oregano. If you have fresh, use like half that amount. You're off to drive home, Scooter Beach. Probably talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Have a safe drive home. And yes, see you tomorrow or whenever you get home. Okay, we have our red wine vinegar. We got our lemon, garlic, oregano, olive oil, grapeseed oil. We're gonna come in with a little bit of feta now. So we do feta in the dressing and on top of the salad. Just adds this nice creaminess. And salt as well. Salty feta cheese. And it maybe also helps to emulsify the dressing. Let's do 2 tablespoons of feta cheese. And then we'll garnish with it on top. I don't think I'm missing anything. Am I missing anything, Sam? No, we're good. We're good. Okay, we're gonna go over to the blender, but real quick, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Hold tight, guys. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Trying to stay hydrated. Barrel-aged feta? That sounds like the fanciest feta ever. Okay, I think Sam's outside. We need to go peep. I think he has it set up. Oh, yes. That's a couple of briskets. Who likes Montreal smoked meat? Smoke's still kind of dirty, he says, so not yet. Gotta wait on the smoke. We want that good smoke. Okay, let's blend up our dressing and see how we did. Nom. It doesn't come out to a very like appetizing color, but man, this flavor right now. Usually I nail it on the first try. Whoa, it's a bit acidic. Touch acidic, but garlic flavor is good. Oregano flavor is good. Just need a bit more oil. And I'm gonna go with the more mild oil, so grapeseed oil. And maybe a touch of salt too. Because did you guys know that salt can actually balance out acidity? You'll know if it's a bit too acidic right away. Wake you up. Okay, let's do like a half teaspoon of salt. Hey, Sammy. Thank you for gifting the sub to DG. I know they've been here for a bit, so welcome in, DG. Great to have you part of the kitchen crew. Okay, I'm going for one more quick little blitz, and then we should be good. I always try to not use any sort of sweetener in the Greek dressing. That's good. That's really nice. It didn't make me go, wow.
No fingers up, wow.
Yeah, wow. If you do that, you need a bit more oil and salt. Okay, what I like to do once I have my dressing all blended up, put it in a squeeze bottle or a jar. Might have a bit too much for this one. Let's see how we do. And then, like Sam said, this will keep for at least a month in the fridge. That's why I said you should always have at least a little bit of this at your disposal. This can also be 1-for-1 transferred over to like a souvlaki style marinade, and you put your meat in it, chicken, pork, beef, lamb, etc. Marinate it overnight in that dressing. Oh goodness. Put it on the grill the next day. You're done. So that's how the dressing should look. Okay, let's feel our pasta. It's almost cool, the pasta. Let's put in our last 2 ingredients into the salad bowl. Whoa, yeah, that'd be so good because the croutons will soak up the dressing. Panzanella, very similar, yeah. Panzanella, the dressing, I think it traditionally has like sumac and stuff in it. Let's do that chunk. That chunk. And maybe half of this chunk. There's one thing you don't skimp on in Greek salads, it's the feta and the olives. Please, guys. Please. You always got to make sure you have Kalamata olives if you're doing something Mediterranean. Man, if Dust Pirate was here today, I know he'd love this dish. Yeah, croutons are really good to snack on, it's true. Cretins. There we go. That looks pretty good amounts. Okay, the only thing I'm gonna do now is just break up our feta. You wanna bite the cheese? Yeah, our vegetarian pizza tomorrow on the menu has like a Mediterranean sort of vibe to it. So maybe put a little bit of the Greek dressing on the vegetables before they go on the pizza. That could be delicious. Only thing you gotta be careful on with the feta cheese is some of them are very salty. So just keep that in mind. Always taste it before you're gonna use it. If you're me, you taste it afterwards, but you saw I already got into this jar, so I know the salt level. Yeah, this batch is definitely more creamy. We're putting the meats on. Okay, we're going outside, guys. Sammy's putting the meats on. And then, I think we're actually gonna go out and start up the mini max too. You eat whole blocks of feta, Taz? That is epic. Those are happy meats. I'm gonna wait for him. We ain't got room for 2 people out there right now. There's too much meat. So while we wait, I'm just gonna put away a few of the ingredients we used for the dressing. And then while the salad is marinating and the egg is heating up, we can finish off our pizza dough for tomorrow. Perfect. Okay, I'll be right there, guys. I know, that's our next step.
Holy shit.
That's our next one, Sama. I'm almost there. He just saw it, guys, on the cutting board. It's alive. Hello, John Yu. How has your week been, sir? We'll do dual camera for now. Just gonna back it up a touch. And we get to light this little guy. Just gotta clear a few things out here. Get it going. Oh, welcome to Canada, friends. Just a casual jar of maple scissor out here.
Not casual.
Just a casual jar. Okay, let's open this guy up. Oh yes, my bed of coals is still perfect. Just gotta give it a little stir. That's a good view for you guys. I think I can bring it a bit closer. Yeah, right in there. Okay, so we just stir up our charcoal. Oh, maybe I'll do one more handful before we start, and that is to clear any of the loose ashes that might be plugging the air holes for us. Need nice air circulation for happy fires. Should use this older glove for that. And then we're gonna pick a couple of small handfuls of charcoal out. So I find like the quicker cooks over charcoal, you get a nicer bed of coals if they're smaller. Huh?
You have enough in there.
It's good, I don't need to put more?
No, I think
Hey, when you're starting out, you're always gonna like kind of second guess yourself, right? Which maybe is not a bad thing. I guess I should keep that on. Okay, now we're gonna get the loofty-loofed and light it up. Vroom, vroom. Sounds like smoking me out already. Actually, I just want to see how this is. Yeah, we got some bigger chunks in the center. That's perfect. So we just place our loofed lighter right onto the charcoal. and let it start heating it up. And then as well as the blower on it will start to light it up real quick for us. Guaranteed less than 2 minutes to light a fire. And some of the different types of charcoal take a bit longer. Like, actually the one I have in here right now is a Jealous Devil charcoal. And it's a bit harder and like a heavier wood. So it just takes a bit longer to get them lit. But then once they are lit, they have a great heat to them. And then we just point our luft in whatever direction it looks like we need to spread the fire out. Hopefully that's not reaching across too far. Come back this way. And then a bit more that way. Bit more near the front left. And then when you pull away, you should have a nice little flame pop up. A nice white little bed of coals there. So now what we're gonna do, we're just gonna close this up, let our fire get started there, and we'll come back and check on it in like 5 minutes. That's all it really takes. And we got the bottom grate and top completely open right now. Oh, we might have a deer coming up too. We got something coming up here, Sam. I heard some branches cracking. Oh dear. Okay. Maybe we'll do outside and cutting board. Yeah. Watch the Sammy shenanigans. Okay, let's zoom out a bit. We're gonna dress up our salmon now because it's almost ready to be put on the grill. Just gonna wash my hands because they're a little bit charcoal-y. And I mean, total amount of time that it takes to get a nice bed of coals to be able to cook over anywhere from 15 minutes to maybe even up to half an hour. You should leave yourself enough time. Your older brother doesn't like salmon, Manitoban? Say what? Okay, so we are gonna go very simple on this salmon to start. We got a deer. Oh, cute. And we're just gonna do salt and pepper on the top side of the flesh. And then I'm gonna cut a few rounds from this compound butter. It's a lemon, garlic, and basil compound butter. And we'll just put probably three rounds on each piece when it comes off of the grill and let that kind of melt into the flesh. Should be super good. Just got to keep that butter nice and cold until you're ready to use it. I'll start with the pepper first. Tomorrow is Food for Friends. Yeah, it's always on Saturdays, Taz. But I did a lot of prep today for it. So we made the pizza dough today already and the desserts for tomorrow because both of those things need 2 days worth of time. Was the sickest pizza dough you've ever seen? Just wait till you see it before it goes in the fridge. These pieces of salmon are quite thick, so we can go quite heavy on our salt crust. And then the other thing about salmon is, yeah, it's fatty. so it can hold up to a bit more seasoning compared to like a more delicate white fish like cod. And I wouldn't season your fish more than 20 minutes before you plan to cook it, because that salt will start to draw out moisture from the fish and you don't want to lose that. Okay, now you can set that aside, guys, and that's ready to go. Let's do a quick little switch back to our Greek salad. Just gonna wipe this up. I think our orzo is good. Give it a feel. If it's room temp, you're good to go. So now, why I always put my pasta on a parchment sheet to cool it off is you can gather up the edges and just kind of slide it into your bowl. Whoa! We got a Josh Elkin raid, guys. Welcome to the party. How was the day, Josh? What did you get up to in the kitchen? Thank you so much, man, for that lovely raid and sharing your community with us. We are actually just getting ready to finish up some lunch. So we're just mixing together our Mediterranean orzo pasta salad. Made some homemade dressing for that. And we just lit the charcoal outside on the grill for the salmon. Okay. Get our Mediterranean dressing. Cheesesteak macaroni? Oh. Okay, so I'm making mac and cheese on Sunday. I'm not as jealous anymore. But heck yeah, that sounds so good, dude. Cheesesteak macaroni. Why not, right? Okay, just do a little drizzle of the dressing first. You can always add more, but we can't take it away. And I've had way too many overly dressed salads in my life. When it goes soggy, you've gone too far. Buyers and sellers, thank you for that follow, as well as Maddie Marie. Okay, so we got boiled orzo pasta, cucumber, sun gold tomatoes from the garden, a nice sweet orange bell pepper, some feta, some Kalamata olives, bringing it all together with the homemade Greek dressing. I think we can put a little bit more on. As long as it's not swimming in the bottom, you're good. Brown Tunda, thank you for that follow as well. Oh, also, Josh, we got some briskets on the extra large egg because we're smoking up some Montreal smoked meats. Smoked meat for the people. Okay, I need to give this a taste. See how we did. I love all the colors so far. Very summery looking. Now I remember why this is like one of my favorite salads. I can just take this bowl right now and just start eating. Just a touch more dressing for it to soak up. It's kind of crazy how much the pasta and the veggies soak up all that flavor. Okay, now, if we're happy with it, sometimes dishes like this do take me about 3 times to taste and balance out and be happy with the flavor. You guys hear the crunchy pepper? I think that's perfect. It doesn't need salt or anything like that. Let's pop that in the fridge for now. Keep it nice and cool and crisp. And real quick, Let's go back outside. We'll check on our mini max, see how those coals are looking. And I'm gonna put this dressing away along with the cucumber. Like I said, you can always add more dressing, but you can't take it away. Same thing with salt when you're cooking. That thing is ripping already. Look at it go. And hello, Miss Molly. Yeah, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever we are in the world. It's looking pretty good. I'm gonna give it a stir around just to spread out those coals. And actually maybe a touch more heat. Seems like some of the coals actually fell through the grate. Might give it a little kiss from the Luft later. That's looking good. Okay, I'm gonna close that back up one more time and then probably another 5 to 10 minutes and we'll be good to grill. Good to grill. Quick wash of the hands and we're getting into our Detroit pizza dough. It is time to divide the dough. Move over, jar of olives. Get our big old Cambro here. Our mixing bowl from the mixer. And I might need one more container. Or what about, no, because I can't fit that in the fridge. This is the struggle that we have today, guys. You'll see in like 10 seconds what I'm talking about. Oh man. We have 14 large Detroit pizzas. Do I have charcoal on my face? Yeah, I do. It's getting real. Dun, 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 dun. The jiggle. Oh my goodness.
Slap it. You gotta see it. Slap it.
If we zoom all the way out, we might get all of it. Oh lordy. Yeah, so this is, guys, one note on this, very important. The recipe is from a fellow food and drink streamer. Cheese Pizza is his name, guys. Can we get a quick shout out for Cheese so he can go get a bunch of follows? He is more than willing to share his recipes with us. So this is his Detroit style pizza dough. Gives you the tomato sauce recipe and everything. Huge puffball mushrooms, yeah. So I did a 7 times his recipe. We did 2 separate mixing batches in the mixer. And this is where we're at after about 2 hours of a bench rest. So our next step is to, I think first we'll divide the dough and then we'll do our folds and pack the baby up so it can go for its nap overnight in the fridge. And then tomorrow morning at around 9 a.m., about 2 hours before I start stream, I'll take out the dough babies and let them start to wake up. so that when we start stream, they'll be nice and pliable and easy to work with to divide all of our doughs for the pizzas. That's what's going down tomorrow. Also, one really important step before we put any dough into proofing containers, we just need to oil those containers because this is a very sticky dough. And I would recommend using a good quality olive oil for that. So we made 14 doughs, Jiggles, but we do have only 10 on order. Whenever you're working with dough, it's always smarter to make a few extras just in case.
That's almost the size of batch that we normally make.
Hey, that's true. So thinking back to when Sam and I were working in the restaurant together and we did like Neapolitan style pizzas, this is very close to the size of batch of dough we would get. Although we would get how many pizzas? 144?
Yeah, that's way lighter than our dough, so it looks like the same size, but that's light compared to our dough.
Yeah, that's true. Neapolitan dough has a lot higher hydration.
So think about...
So just let your oil kind of coat your container first off. You want to be prepared before you get your hands into the dough. And I'm not gonna dilly-dally too long with you guys on this because we got some egg stuff to do still. But look at it. It turned out so well.
7 times more dough balls.
7 times more dough balls from this amount, from the different style of dough.
That's light.
Okay, guys. So we're going for our folds. Take the top half, fold it over about 2/3 of the bottom. Give it a press. I'm gonna oil my hands as well. Don't wanna stick and tear the dough up. I'm a good egg. Thanks, Annie. Wonder if Miss Ruby thinks the same. Okay, that'll be easier. And we're pressing out air bubbles as we create our folds. It's stuck back together. You will not be together, okay, friends? Okay, dough friends? Okay. Get on your own side. Press. Again. That looks good. We're gonna fold one more time to the center and press. And then the other side as well. I know it doesn't want to anymore, but we gotta get it there. Press it down. And then I think I need a touch more oil. We're gonna bring up the top one more time. Kind of roll it into the bottom, and I'm gonna put that in the container seam side down. I think I'm gonna put this one in the mixing bowl. Okay, next one real quick. It's trying to escape on us. A little bit more oil. Really, you can't have too much for this dough, I think. Just gonna give it a little press to kind of reshape it. Okay, top 2/3, flip over. You gotta press it. Bottom 2/3 over. Press it. Seal it up. Right. Left. Yeah, the vegetarian pizza is the one with the highest tally.
What?
This just in. Okay, so same thing. Kind of just bring it over onto itself and then into the bin. Done and done. Woohoo! Now those get to proof, finishing up in the fridge overnight. And doing a cold proof like that, guys, will improve our flavor, our structure, really all great things for doughs. Happen kind of overnight in the fridge if you can plan ahead enough. And we do want to keep that nice and airtight. We do not want it to dry out at all as it proofs. If it develops any sort of like skin at all on the top, it's really hard to go back from that. You don't want it to dry out because then you have like these dry flecks in your beautiful dough. How many grams in total? Oh gosh, Cookie. Almost 3 kilos of flour only. Almost 3 kilos of just flour. Okay, let's go check our grill. Just gonna pop those guys aside for now. Wrap them up. You're expecting more, yeah. Well, there was quite a bit in the poolish though, the pre-ferment the night before. Okay, just go full screen outside. And I'm gonna take the salmon out with me. I think we're ready. Just gotta bring the fishula. And it is gonna be a bit of a cook on these guys. Oh, there's a doggo out here. Look at these beauts. Oh yeah. That's a happy bed of coals. Let's spread it out one more time. I like to keep the big chunk of charcoal like right in the center. Really holds its heat there. Notice that so there's not a ton of coals on this one side, so we'll spread them out a bit. That guy didn't even really get lit. Okay, that looks good though. And just one more thing before we put the fish on, we just have to let this heat up for, about a minute. We'll close it up and then we'll scrub it off and clean it up. So now, I'm gonna close my bottom to about half. And also pop the top on. And that way we can start controlling our fire. I usually go about half and half on both. Because we're cooking directly over charcoal, we really need to be able to control the heat that it's giving off. Especially with this really thick cut of salmon. My nose is running, guys. I don't know if it's smoke outside or what, but I'm just gonna quickly blow my nose while that grate finishes up. Okay, I'm back, friends. Let's go check it out. Have a quick drink of water. Those are the thickest salmon fillets you've ever seen. I think those actually might be the thickest I've ever seen. Yeah, that was not a small fish that Zach caught. Okay, now the temperature is like kind of equalized at 400, it says 400 F. Steak. Take our grill brush. Oh, she really went for it. She fully sent it. Hey, I need a clean grill. What can I say? Okay, so I'm gonna be cooking these skin side down for the most part until maybe like the last minute or so. We'll do a quick little flip. And I'm gonna say these will probably take close to 15, 20 minutes to cook up. And we are gonna cook it mostly with the top closed. And we'll keep the top at half open. Okay, I'm gonna go inside, wash my hands off, switch out to a clean plate. Oh, doggo's hitting the camera or the tripod. Again, what is she doing? If we didn't know she couldn't see, now we do for sure. And that's the other thing. Good one, Manitoban. So yeah, you don't have to cook salmon full through. Heck, you even eat it raw in sushi, right? So cook salmon to whatever doneness you desire. I'm more of like a medium person, especially when I know it's like really fresh, which is now always, luckily. If you're iffy about the fish though, definitely cook it fully. If you're like, I don't know about this one, probably cook it all the way. But because I know that this fish has only seen, well, 2 sets of hands, I'm good. I am good. Okay guys, we crushed it today. Just checked all of the last things off of our list. So there's that. I will tear off our food order for tomorrow. We can actually quickly show you guys that. So this is what's happening tomorrow. We got 3 different pickup times, 9 pizzas total, and 1 for us. I still have charcoal over my head. I don't know what I'm doing today. Oh goodness, a wire bristle brush? I've never heard of that before, but thank you, LoJack, for the info. That's a thing? I can see that happening in like super busy restaurants when the person on the grill is just like, oh my God, I gotta get it clean, and slapping on food and stuff, because that's literally what happens, by the way, guys. And then they're not really paying attention to the bristles on the grill, and then they're putting their food on it, and then it gets served with it in it. Oh, I can see exactly how that happens. But if you're cooking for yourself at home, you can probably control it a bit more. Let's have a peek. Oh yeah, she has definitely settled down. That is cooking actually beautifully. It's almost like more of a low cook. So having the bottom half closed and the top kind of 3/4 open, we're hovering around that like 325-ish mark, hopefully. I think that's perfect. Because then the salmon skin won't be burning on the bottom, and then it'll just slowly cook. Like really gently is what we're looking for here. Strictly because of the thickness of those fillets. If it was a thin salmon, we could do it nice, high heat, really cook, or really quick cook, and be done with it. I really do think that this is the thickest piece of salmon I've ever cooked. Okay, I'm gonna put it away a few other things. And then really, we just got a little plate up to do together.
Those athletic salmon plates we got, that one really nice. There were the fresh ones that
Yeah.
that you did the beef blocks with.
Yep. Doggo is just sniffing out there. What is she doing? I don't think she can see much more. She keeps running into the tripod. She's like, give me some of that salmon, peeps. I'm smelling it. Oh, this is what we can do. So while we wait, now is the time to bring our compound butter out of the fridge or freezer, wherever you keep it. Let's go to the cutting board. Oh, I guess that one's not set up. Word. Wait, neither is that one really. Word, but that's okay. Every day is something new, isn't it? Am I friends with technology? Almost. We're almost friends.
Why? What happened today?
Oh, just some of my scenes that I literally fixed last week are now all messed up again. I don't know.
Okay.
Welcome back, DG. Okay, so this is a lemon, garlic, and basil compound butter. All we're gonna do is do some nice
Huevo
thin
Verde Grande.
rounds of it.
Yes.
That's why you want it to be cold so you can cut through it. And we're gonna do like 3 to 4 pieces per piece of salmon. And then let it melt over after it's finished cooking.
Big green egg is better in Spanish.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're good. Big green egg sounds better in Spanish. Huevo Verde Grande. Ariana Grande. Yeah. If anyone's seen that meme in the last couple days, you would know. Okay, so now that the butter is cut, we just want to put it on a surface that it's not going to stick to because, well, as it sits out at room temp, it's also going to start to melt. It's easier to kind of shingle them, if you will. Shingle the butter pieces so they're easy to grab and spread out on the fish. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's go check that salmon. You checked it? Yo, I'm doing that. I need to see the salmon.
Check the salmon. Check it out. Check it out.
I know, that's what I mean, Archie. What is this?
Check it out.
Just visualize Antonio Banderas saying it. Huevo Verde Grande. Oh, we're at 350 now. So I'm gonna close down the bottom a bit more for the airflow. We wanna hover around like 325. Little Okay, this is actually a great view right now, guys. Come in a bit more. Can you see the little like white kind of spots building up on the outside of the salmon? So that is like the kind of liquid proteins or juices that are in the salmon that are being cooked. Think of that as like the blood that would come out of a steak when you cook it. So that's a good sign that the salmon is cooking. Oh my gosh, that pop, epic. Yeah, we don't want to leave this lid open for too long. But that is actually awesome. So we're definitely getting a good even heat throughout all of that. I'm gonna close down that top a bit more. Deadly. The hummingbird is yelling at me. Are you supposed to turn it? No, not yet, DG. Not yet. We will only be flipping the salmon in like the last minute or two. And it's also important that we kept the skin on it because that helps keep the fish together. Because fish is so flaky, it doesn't really have bones like other meats do, right? So, and it's also fatty. So once it starts to get cooked, it will start to want to fall apart on you. So yeah, we'll do just a quick little flip on the last side to give it a kiss of the charcoal, and that is that. So while we wait, guys, we can start to think about how we want to plate it. I think I'm gonna go with a rimmed plate this time. Maybe something simple like this. Let the pasta salad be showcased and the nice color of the salmon. Cooking it is just for color change and texture. For sure, man. That is a great way to put it. Yeah, that is one of the main things that changes when you're cooking really anything is the texture of it. It's gonna firm it up a bit more. Well, you definitely have a good idea of how you should cook it, Manitoban. And if you do like well done fish, I mean, salmon is a good one to pick because it is so fatty, so it won't dry out as much when you cook it well done. Are we normalized again? Yeah. Yeah, we're just chilling at like 350 now. It's perfect. Let me see. Maybe should we use a little bit of nasturtiums for garnish today? Ooh, I see a nice one. Nice orange flower petals. Because that'll look good with the pasta salad. And this also goes good with salmon because this is the same plant where capers come from. Okay, there is some crazy popping in this mini max right now, so I gotta open it. I gotta look. What is going on? I wanna be careful too that it doesn't like splash in my face. Those are cooking nice and even. Maybe 5 minutes. You can also tell how the texture has changed since we've put it on the grill. Close it back up, no dilly-dallying. Let's bring our little garnish flour in. So ready for this. Oh, and we still need a plate outside, guys. We need a clean plate. What's this? Oh my goodness. One of our very long-term subscribers, my dad. Yes. Thank you, Van Al Handyman, for the resub with Twitch Prime. 27 months in a row with that Twitch Prime sub. Guys, if you didn't know, if you have Amazon Prime and you love to shop on Amazon, you can get a Twitch Prime link as well. I don't know what to say there, but they do go hand in hand together. And with the Twitch Prime that you get from your Amazon Prime, it is free, guys. The Twitch Prime gives you 1 free sub per month to the streamer of your choice. Pretty epic. Doesn't hurt the consumer, and it does benefit the streamer. Yeah, thanks, Dad. 27 months you'll never get back. What about the last 29 years, Manitoban? have some birds at the bird bath. Gotta talk quietly. The squad's here. Oh my goodness. They have stuff to say. Okay, let's have another peek. If you want to get really technical, you guys could use a thermometer to check the temperature of the interior of your fish. But just judging by the amounts of juices that are coming out, I think we're ready for the flip. That really didn't take as long as I thought it would. Like, if it bounces back, we're very close, guys. And just feel every fish. Don't really press hard. Don't want to smash the juices out. Like that side, oh, so nice. But then if we squeeze it this way, it definitely feels a bit less firm in the middle. So maybe I'll do like 2 more minutes like that. And then we'll do our quick flip for 2 minutes. And then that probably is the 15-minute mark. Should have set a timer. Guys, we have 4 chickadees at the bird bath right now. They're fighting. Sorry, there's 5 now. Sorry, there's 6. It's a party, what can I say? There's 2 of the birds that haven't left and the other 4 did. And now they're just guarding it. They're like, nah, this is ours now. Oh, what? And a woodpecker? I don't know if I could turn it without disturbing them. Okay, I'm opening it. Yes. Okay, we'll start at the back. Go for a flip. So this is also why we kept the skin on. So you don't have to tear up the salmon fillet when you flip it. Nom. It didn't even get too browned like last time I grilled salmon. I think I'm getting better at this, guys. Oh man, that middle piece, that's almost perfection. Okay, just gonna leave those like that for about a minute. Come back and check on you guys. I'm hallucinating? No, I just love my little birds. We got a cute little chickadee bird squad. And lots of hummingbirds. We're done. That's perfection. Don't want to tear up the top side. Look at that bed of coals. Oh man. Okay, now you get to shut it down. Boom. Close the bottom. Lift this guy off. Just gonna put it on this towel. Close the top. And the grill is shut down, guys. What we got out of it? Some amazing salmon. Thank you, Sam. I am really proud of how this turned out. I think it's gonna be perfect. Okay, so real quick, we just have one thing to do before we start thinking about plating, and that is to just put our butter on top of our fish as it rests. Should start to melt once it softens up on there. And that's also why I took out the butter a little bit ahead of time, so it wasn't like fridge cold when you're putting it on the fish, because I thought it might actually cool down the fish. There we go. And because those fillets are so thick, we can leave them for a couple minutes with that butter on as it rests. A torch? I don't know if we'd want a torch though. I think we should let the natural heat from the fish kind of draw the butter in. Thank you, Cookie, for the 1,000 biddies. Salmon love. Thank you, thank you. We are now over halfway our goal. Yay! Nightfish, thank you for that follow. Rub it all in the top. I don't want to disturb it yet. Not yet, but we will give it a little rub. So good. Okay, let's get out our pasta salad. Let's get out our tomato salsa. Oh yeah, that's married up quite nice already. Nom. That was paired with the salmon, guys, and there is a recipe for that. It is linked. And if you don't want to grill the salmon or whatever fish you're doing, you can bake it in the oven. Nom. So many good colors and textures and flavors. It's melting on the side. Exactly what I wanted. Okay, let's come out a bit now. Just pop that to the side. Actually, I'll go this way. Keep that in the view for you guys. Okay. One more taste on the pasta salad before I put it on the plate, because you never know, it might still need a bit more dressing. Might have soaked it all up again. I think we're good. I think that has melded out perfectly. This has got to be some of the simplest plating I've ever done. But this salad is like one of my go-tos in the summer. When I make it, I can't get enough of it. And we kind of did like equal parts veggies to pasta, so it's quite healthy. There's a fly. Fred, this isn't for you. Yeah, wow. Just a flyby. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna go for the center steak here. And the only thing we gotta do still is just peel off the skin. So lift it up, take a corner, and it should just peel off. If you cook the fish perfectly, just remove it. Or if you like crispy skin, eat it. But I'm not really a fan. pop that there. Little rinse of the hands. I'm gonna do a bit of the tomato salsa kind of with the salad there. Almost let it like cascade off the fish. Tuck that guy in. Almost darkened up the dish a bit too much. Maybe I should have put it on the other side. We'll see though, once we add this little pop of orange color, it could bring it all together. So just tear some of your nasturtium petals. These are edible flowers, guys. And just kind of place them around the plate. And usually garnishes are done in odd numbers. And maybe let's just finish it off, because we have it, with a nice kind of more expensive finishing olive oil. So single origin is what you want. And this was actually bought for us by a fellow viewer, very long-term subscriber, when we were in New York. He asked us to go visit him. So thank you so much, Elvin. Just kind of bring that all together. And now, I'm gonna get a phone and take a photo. We made it, guys. Sammy, where's yours at? He lost it. Okay, grabbing it outside. Boop, ba-doop. What? What do you need, Birdly? You're still yelling at me out there. He's like, yo, Kate, you got any of that salmon? Yeah. Okay, excuse me for one moment, please.
No!
I think I want it this way. Yes.
That's good.
It's good? Mm-hmm. Yes. I always love when Sam tries my food. Get a close up on this fish. Okay. What?
Yum.
Oh, I thought you said whoa. Okay, first things first. Let's get into the fish. Sammy likes the skin and I don't. I don't know.
I don't like the skin barbecue.
Yeah, I don't like it barbecued either. So I just want to show you guys the cook on this. So see how the outside is just a little bit like more white colored than the center? That's what you're looking for. It's still firm though, like this is still cooked through for sure. It's not medium at all.
Nope.
Is it dry though?
Nope.
Yeah, not at all. So let's get into this. I'm going for a nice big bite and see how it just flakes off. See you later, guys. I'll be here. It's just melting in my mouth. The charcoal flavor is really pronounced, but it's not overpowering. You can still taste the fish. It's one of those things that like you eat and you can go die now. And that's the one. Okay, I want to try some of the salmon with our little tomato salsa. That goes so well together. Wow. What a way to like brighten it up and freshen it up. Love the flavor of the shallots as well. Okay, get some of that. Nice bite of the pasta salad. And then a bite of salmon all in one mouthful. We'll try. Big bite coming up. If you're wondering if I'm gonna crush this entire piece of fish, yes, I will. I still think that salmon is my favorite type of fish out of all of the ones that I've had the pleasure of trying. It's just very forgiving. Sam's gonna say sablefish, for sure. Torino, my dude. I'll take 2 plates. Okay. Man, if you can make it here, we got an extra fillet just sitting there. Sammy's on Clean Plate Club.
I can't finish the salmon.
And with that being said, every $5 donation is an entry into the giveaway Torino. So I think you're at either 5 or 6 entries. You can get up to 10 entries into our Nova giveaway. I don't know why Sam moved that out. Okay, guys, I cannot wait to go crush that. Thank you very much, Torino, aka Manitoban, my man, for that. Hopefully, we taught you guys how to maybe grill up some salmon or at least cook it for yourself properly. Hopefully, I inspired you to make yourselves some Mediterranean orzo pasta salad. Doesn't have to be orzo. My mom used to make this all the time with little bow tie pastas. Also really good with shells. Heck, even macaroni, why not? And then yeah, the little tomato salsa or salad to go along with that salmon is so good together. So that recipe is linked both on the recipe command and in Discord already. So feel free to check that out if you're like, oh, what was that salmon Kate made that one day? Use the search engine in the top right of Discord and you will find it in no time. Yeah, so Archie. Pizza's tomorrow, going down. We got 9 to sell, 1 to make for ourselves. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna determine how I feel about these desserts because Sam's making me second guess it now. But we'll let you know how it goes. Okay, stream starting at 11 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow as always. And it's gonna be a good one. Who are we gonna go raid today, friends? We've had so many great raids. Oh, Joyce? Joyce! I said it first. Actually, Sam did. Joyce, rainbow art. We're gonna go into an art streamer who also loves to cook. She's made our fish and chips before.
Bye.
I think I spelt that right. Sometimes I feel like I can't see. Okay, guys, have a wonderful rest of your day, night, wherever you are. Stay safe, stay healthy, wear a mask, whatever you need to do. Right, bedtime for you. Good night, Archie. Okay, let's go see what Joyce is doing. I think she's still drawing out skulls, which, if you know me, I love skulls, so I've been into that. Are we eating dessert after? Tomorrow. Tomorrow we finish off the dessert. It's a 2-day process. Okay, friends, take care. I'll see you tomorrow. And thank you for all of the love today. Bye.